Alright, and we're live. Hello everybody, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you all here. Hope you all had a good weekend. I mostly did. A lot of math and work over the weekend, but otherwise it was fine. Hello King, glad to have you here. I need to adjust my mic, hold on. There we go. Now it's at the correct position. Anyway, hello Dracarys, how you doing? Glad to have you here. Welcome. Hello Dreadbull, hello Nymph. Welcome everybody. Let me get my headset on here. And yes, math. Like I said I would do last week over the weekend, I did indeed math out gold of how much gold I need, how much I gotta do, how much, my gold sinks actually cost, etc., etc. How long it would take me to get certain things. You know, a lot of napkin math. Well, I discovered for the 2 gold sinks that I have, one of which is I'll put it that way, the tier 3 sets from Nax, and the other one was the Dalaran from Wrath jewel crafting recipes. Those 2 need a lot of gold. So, what I did, and I'll explain because it's going to change what we're doing here. Since I said we were going to do a whole lot of leveling, that's changed now. Here's why. After mathing everything out and discovering subs versus buying tokens for the amount of gold that I need, it's literally better for me to buy tokens than to level all these alts and go farm gold in midnight. Because it would actually be cheaper for me to just buy the gold instead of paying subs and the amount of time it would need to make the equivalent gold. So I bought a couple tokens, and the Dalaran jewel crafting is now completely done. Northrend, you'll see, is now completely gone. Solved it. However, the Nax tier 3 crafting, I found, is going to take about 28 million gold. 28 million gold to do everything for all the classes. So I laughed at that and was like, aha! No. I'm putting my foot down on that one, actually. So, whatever dev put that into the game and decided that was a good idea, yeah, no. So, my decision on that one was I'll do one, like probably just the Paladin set, because that's the one I have the wrists for already. And then to get the achievement, and then I can buy the recipes, and then just not deal with the rest of it. Like, probably ever, honestly. Because that's too much. Ha. Okay, guys, we'll see you in 6 years if Craig gets enough gold. Exactly. So, now with that in mind, I'm not going to do any more leveling because it's now a waste of my time. And that's fine. I'm not going to worry about the tier 3 gold. So we're going to do other stuff. That's fine. I got plenty to do here. As you can see, I have 63 things left after knocking off the Wrath jewel crafting, because that was the bulk of this. And over the weekend I also took out all of the profession stuff. And by took out, I mean I did it. All that BFA crafting, all that Shadowlands crafting, I did it. So, that's also done. Believe me, you didn't miss anything. It was really boring. I put on a movie, and I was like, I'm just gonna do this off stream because I'm drooling. It's boring. No one's gonna want to watch that. So, that part's done. T3 is more of a slow burn. Have characters in a lot of realms in a bit, anywhere from 10 to 80k at a time. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I will probably just do the one set to get the achievement and the recipes, and then call it good. And that'll be a if I get around to it someday maybe sort of thing for the rest of the sets. which, you know, you don't even see it in here right now anyways, because that's technically under Dragonflight when they added it. And we're not on Dragonflight yet. We don't have Dragonflight tracked. This is just vanilla through Shadowlands. So for vanilla through Shadowlands, for all categories, this is what I got. So that's fine. We'll focus our efforts on other places. We have plenty of other things to do. I'm not too sad about it, if I'm completely honest, because I wasn't looking forward to it anyways. So there you go. That's what I did over the weekend. You've been updated. That's why we're switching gears now. And hello, Monterhain. How you doing? Happy Monday to you as well. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And hello, Messy. Welcome. I like T3 Warrior set, but not that much. Yeah, same. That was basically my thought, too. Like, the Rogue one's kind of neat. I kind of like the Mage for Tier 3 from Nex, but, like, that's it. Like, I don't really care about the sets that much. I think all of them are kind of ugly. Plus, they're not, like, updated or anything. It's the old original, they're crunchy. So, let's see, not Silver Moon, where is it? This one. So, like, if they were, like, maybe new and improved, super fancy, they looked great, the colors meshed, they weren't pixelated, I'd consider it. But, it's not worth it. That's not worth that amount of gold. So, we'll put that one on the back burner. It's a not ever, but it's a not now list. So, so yeah. So anyway, TLDR, we're switching gears. We're not going to level anymore. We're good. Like, I do still want to level my characters. It's not like I don't. But I'm just going to wait till, like, maybe the anniversary or something comes around, and then I can just blast everybody up to 80. Because I would like to get them all caught up. Like, that would feel nice, because I haven't done that in a while. So, you know. But I'll wait till there's a really good buff. Like, maybe the Winds of Wisdom thing or whatever it's called comes back around, and or the anniversary, or I don't know. But anyway, what we're going to do today is, I'll pop this back open here so you can look. I don't have a lot left in the Dungeons and Rage section. 42 things, and most of it is going to be solved by Dawn of the Infinite. However, some of you might know why I'm here. Feast your eyes and cower, mortals. Look at this garbage. Yeah, BOP recipes in the Sunwell, baby. It's time. I've farmed the crap out of this over the years, by the way. No, we're gonna be here a while. So, my thought is we will do this until we hit lockout, and then we'll go do archaeology. Because I do also need 4 things left from archaeology. That also shows in my crafted item section. 5 of these. I got 5 here. 4 of them are archaeology. So, it's time. Archaeology and Sunwell. Strap in. Good morning, Running Fish. Glad to have you here. I don't know if it's just me, but last few years, the old gear in the game is looking really old. Same, honestly. Like, I usually don't mind, but it feels like it's getting older somehow. I'm just like, what's going on? Hello, Garwin. Glad to have you here. In my perfect world, every anniversary Blizz would HDify another classic tier set. We got tier 2, but tier 2 but red, tier 2 but purple. Do tier 1 and tier 3. Exactly, yes. Agreed. Hard agree. Absolutely. Yes. Okay, excellent. So I was hoping the smelting one would drop. It was read that this one was a really high chance. I just hadn't tried for it yet. Cool. Alright, well, we got one. That's good, but it's a high drop one, so I wanted to start off on a good note because I know the rest we're probably not going to get for a while. There we go. Dawn of the Infinite does sources, so it won't really help, I think. It'll help a lot. It does sources. I don't care about sources per se, but it covers a lot. Everything that's left, I've done a lot of research on it, on stuff that it does drop. For example, in Shadowlands, Huracan drops a set of gloves, which is just cruel. And its only other source actually comes from Doty's tokens. So I don't have to farm Huracan for a pair of gloves that's never going to drop, because that's practically impossible now unless you're made of gold and time. So that's an example. In fact, another one that it can come from there, in my crafted item section, that missing fifth, is called the Dustbringer. It's a BOE item that's really rare and really expensive from Wrath Fishing. That also can come from the Doty tokens. So it actually can solve a lot. Everything that I have left that I have not finished farming, I have either confirmed or am hoping that it can come from the Doty items. We're not there yet, but it's going to solve a lot in the future. At least, I say a lot. It's not a lot. It's really not. But for me, it feels like a lot because, you know, I have a lot here. So let me get my reset macro here. Actually, I don't need that on him. He's good. Okay. So, yeah, I got the easy one. Let's see, I need 1 blacksmithing, I need 2 tailoring, I need 4 leatherworking, and 3 jewel crafting. Let's do... do I really not have that? Okay. Let's do the blacksmithing, and let me go get my main. My main... I wonder what's horde specific. I'm surprised my main doesn't have it, actually. Anyway. No, the Horde, oh right. Tier 1 sets look out of the Nintendo 64. They really do they really do, man. Like, some of those sets look pretty fantastic, but if you try to pair it with newer stuff, it's kind of difficult. Made of hopes and dreams, not golden time. Hey, that's a good way to put it, Garwin. Yes. Absolutely good way to put it. It's so true. First I was thinking you're talking about the alpaca from BFA, not Doty. No, not Dottie. Dawn of the Infinite. That Dragonflight dungeon has the, I don't know why I can never remember what they're called. But the tokens that give you other Mog. I don't care about the mounts, because I already have all the mounts. But the Mog, it has a chance to come from Heroic, and you get 1 guaranteed per person in Mythic. So I have a plan to farm that later. And it is, because it's a mega dungeon, it is a mythic dungeon you can save the lockout for with alts. I have tested it, so I know my plan of action for that in the future. But we're not working on that right now because we're not on Dragonflight yet. But we will. It'll be kind of our bridge moving from vanilla through Shadowlands to Dragonflight. Because it's going to solve a lot of my vanilla stuff. And also, it's Dragonflight, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my plan. Do I need to be this meticulous? No, but I want to. So, you know. Let's see. Let me clean out his bags a little bit. So yeah, that's the plan. Right now, we're going to work on the Sunwell recipes until we hit lockout. And then we'll go do archaeology. And then when... I'm going to try to keep a timer. When the cooldown for Doty's... Or not Doty. I got Doty on the brain now. When the cooldown is gone for the lockout, I will go back to doing Sunwell. So we'll just bounce between the two. That's the plan. Okay. Pop this open and make sure he can actually get it before I get all the way over there and it's not horde only. Yeah, he can learn it. Okay. Yeah, and he doesn't know it. Yep. Alright. Here we go. Wish me luck. I'm gonna need it. I need 1 blacksmithing recipe. And that's kind of the crappy thing about these Sunwell recipes, as most of you probably know. They're BOP. They're not warbound. They're BOP. And much like almost all of the Wrath Kata and Vanilla and BC recipes, just that whole span of old, they can drop on any profession, or even if you're professionless, but they're BOP regardless. So whether you can learn it or not, you can get the drop, which in this sense is not actually a good thing, because you're just going to stare bitterly at it if you can't learn it. And be like, wow, wish I could give this to the character who could. So, yeah. But here we go. Let me put on my speed trinket there. Up a little bit. Hello, Gaming Slayer. Glad to have you here. Welcome. So I've farmed this ridiculously over the years for other recipes. Not had a lot of luck. I've just been farming, like, you know, the initial trash running out for my own sanity. Because you could go back all the way up around. There's more trash up toward, like, Kael'thas. If you include that trash, it kind of helps save the lockout. But I don't care, and I have other things to do. So, it's fine. I'll hit lockout, I don't care. Wait, how do you get to Old Silvermoon, or is this a dungeon? This is the raid, and you can still get to Old Silvermoon. You can go there via a portal. Either at within your faction city, Orgrimmar and Stormwind. Well, not Stormwind. Orgrimmar has the Old Silvermoon portal. And, you can also get there via a portal in front of, oh, what's that area called? Eastern Plaguelands, where the portal used to be. It's still there. But this is the Sunwell. This is old Sunwell. Soulbound recipes are evil. They really are. They really are. So, yeah. I don't think these little fire kits. Can you guys drop anything? Every time I've killed them, they don't. So I guess I'm safe to ignore them. Yeah. But this guy I'll get, though. There we go. Ready for 5-hour maintenance tomorrow? Does 5-hour maintenance tomorrow? I didn't see anything about that, really? Why is there 5-hour maintenance? Let me look. 7 to 11. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't notice it. The maintenance ends when I start stream, so I don't have to... yeah. It's 7 in the morning to 11 in the morning for me, so it doesn't affect me at all. That's probably why I didn't notice it. No one knows why. Huh. Well, hopefully they're doing some bug fixing, because hot diggity dang, there's a lot of issues right now. They said they've been working on things, but I don't know. Hopefully it ends when you go live. It's supposed to. It should. We'll find out. If not, I guess we'll just hang out and stream and stare at each other. Alright. Come here, you. There we go. Which gear? Yeah, not a big deal. You mind. The fact that my barding doesn't work in here drives me crazy. When you leave a SL Time Walker, you go in front of Necrotic Wake instead of going back to your previous location where you entered the dungeon out. That's interesting. I wonder, so I made a bug report about that. Huh. Weird. Well, that's not good. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy bugs at the moment. I'm really hoping they fix the Blades Edge event soon. I've been waiting now. Apparently it's been an issue since like January, according to the forums. Can't do the Skyguard event because the timer is whacked. It's not starting when it's supposed to. It's glitchy. Everything is scaled to the 9s, even without endeavors. Why are these all dead? See? So it begins. Recipes I can't use. Anyway, and I'm kind of mad about it because, like, I have right here under outdoor zones for Outland, I'm only missing 8 things. 6 of them are specifically from that event, in Blade's Edge. I have the currency for it. I spent the weeks needed grinding out the currency to buy all the stuff. And I can't, because no matter what I do, I can't do the event. It's borked. I even tried to like brute force it and pulled in Silver, my co-host, and she's currently tier 11 mythic geared right now because she's been doing delves in her free time when she's home in the evenings. She's been carrying my butt around. She's like 270 something. She's really high. Like, but no, even she could not do it on her paladin. That's how messed up it is right now. So, oh, I didn't reset it. Whoops. So one of the many examples of things that I'm really hoping they fix soon because I want to be done. The Dragon Flying Race event? No, the Skyguard event up in Blade's Edge. Every 2 hours there's an event where a whole bunch of... It's a very old ones from Burning Crusade. Where the Skyguard guys gather up the Aether techs and whatnot. And you have to protect them for like 15-ish minutes through 3 different waves of enemies. And at the end of it, the vendor will come in and be like, "Hey, you did it. Now you can buy stuff for like 5 minutes." So, I need Mog from him. And I'm annoyed that I didn't get on it sooner. But, you know, I didn't know that would break. I didn't know Blizzard would literally go back to Burning Crusade and break it. So, I'm irritated. Alright, come here, you. And rip any twinks who wanted to get the jewel crafting. Or jewel crafting. Yeah, it's for jewel crafting. The gem from it for a helmet, because it's got a good meta gem. One of the few meta gems you can still get for twinks. You can't get that because you can't do it. So, I don't know. We'll see. Fingers crossed they fix it soon. I've already put a report in. Many people have been reporting this apparently since January. We'll see. They haven't fixed it yet. But yeah. Tomorrow, though, on a related but different note, is classic time walking, which is good because I believe that means it'll buff, should buff anyways, Bloodsail Buccaneer rep, and I need to redo that on an alt since I did it ages ago on this character here on my main, because he's the one that did the insane achievement back in like, oh, when did I do that, like Legion, I think. Legion or BFA maybe. But because I didn't have ATT yet, it can't track that I had the Bloodsail Buccaneers at Exalted. So that's fine. I'll do that again on an alt. Just that. I haven't picked what one yet. I need to for tomorrow, but yeah. Although tomorrow we'll probably be doing, well, we'll only need one. We'll do our one time walking so we can get the buff for the week. For the Achievo. And then we'll go commit to some of that. I did do a lot of WoW this weekend. Played Pal World and the Tier 2 boss in WoW, and that was about it. Fair. I usually don't do a lot of WoW on the weekends. Well, I didn't technically do a lot. I just did some profession stuff and a whole bunch of math, but, you know, a little bit of testing and that was about it. They usually don't have time on the weekends because they work. Here we go. Doing a follower dungeon because I'm lazy. Captain Garrett gets kicked at flying eels. Wee. I know, isn't that funny? I've seen that. I think it's cute. And also, hello, Codus. Glad to have you here. Kraken, what good solo class do you think is good lore-wise? I've been playing Rep Pally for a while, and while I love its lore vibe, I'm getting quite tired of its high-pitched bells. Good lore-wise? I mean, my favorite class lore is Druid. but I don't like playing Druid. So, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty subjective. Hunter is a good solo class. Its lore is okay. I don't know. They're all alright. Depends on what you like. If you want solo stuff for like current stuff, I can't really give a good answer, but they're all fine for Legacy. I don't know. I'd say make one of everything. That's my recommendation. That way when you get tired of one, you can move to a different one. I play everything because I like the variety. I gotta get a lot of grays from this one. Holy Priest is not good for Legacy. It's alright. I have one of my priests is Holy. I run it through. I think it's better than like Warlock because you can spam an AoE and Warlock doesn't have a spammable AoE. And you got 2 speed boosts that don't try to kill you. So I feel like Priest is better than Warlock. At least for me. H-Priest AoE better than the BM ones. Agreed. Yes, they did. Yes. BM is awful right now. Absolutely awful for Legacy. For solo anything. Marks is okay. I've switched to Marksman and Survival. Because BM just doesn't have any AoE anymore. It's like, okay. Alright. Well. Zoned out of the shop today. I did some more brainstorming on more WoW fixes. Oh yeah? Nice. Sounds like a fun time. You definitely put more thought into it than I do. I kind of gave up on caring about the lore anymore, if I'm completely honest. So, you know. I just play for the collection anymore. I thought I pulled that guy. I guess I didn't. Man, sniped hit on my main. Whap, whap. Make a Google Doc and share on Discord. Perfect. Thank you, King. Could be an interesting read. There we are. Alright. To be real, they are all asked for Legacy, pardon my French. I suppose so. Understandable. Kraken gets to page 2, it goes, WTF, that's stupid. Exactly. I used to have my own preference for how to fix the different expansions lore-wise, but I don't remember what they are anymore because I just haven't thought about them in years. Let's see. I need to pull up my YouTube chat. Doesn't look like anyone's over there anyways, but it froze. That'll never not annoy me. I don't understand why that is. The YouTube chat likes to freeze. What do you mean you made Garage War Chief for 3 more expansions? Is that what you did? And I'm on the opposite camp. I don't think he should have been War Chief ever. Thrall shouldn't have been a weak baby about it and shouldn't have given up the throne, so to speak, to someone who is not able to handle it. Okay, there we go. That's saved. Dongle just got here, hit the 2 pairing buttons, boom, I got my headset back. Yay! Congrats, Tex! Congrats, huzzah! Glad you got your headset back. Mood. Alright, we really need our headsets for sure. Alright, I'm pulling YouTube chat back up. It totally froze, so I had to reset it. Come on, wake up. YouTube's been so slow lately, it's killing me, man. Pop out, there we go. There we go. Alright, back in. Missions have been overloading the last day. Fair. I'm sorry. But welcome. Glad to have you here, Tex. Hope you're doing great. We're really already almost at 9 instances. I guess I can't look while I'm in here. Well, we hit that lockout fast. Go, come here, you. Speaking of, Tex has been helping me fix some old add-ons of mine that were borked. So I couldn't find your add-ons on Curse under your name, and I actually couldn't remember what you said your Curse name was. Do you mind throwing a link to your profile or one of your add-ons? So I was gonna promote you for it as a thank you, but I couldn't remember what it was. Any other issues show up? No, none so far. It's working great. So thank you for that. There we are. Oh, it is under I am text. Okay, I wonder why it didn't come up. I wonder if Curse doesn't like the underscores or something. Sus. Anyway, thank you. So yes, Tex helped fix my archaeology add-on. I'm not sharing it just because, like, it's kind of, I don't want to say illegal, but, you know, it's not an official fix. But that way I can do archaeology and actually still talk to you guys because of the sound cues. I very much need my sound cues. I'm that person. But yeah, so check out Tex's add-ons. So thank you for that. Appreciate you. We're going to be hitting archaeology here soon, because once I hit lockout here, we'll bounce between the two, since we're not going to do too much more leveling. So, yeah. Do not go all the way up. I do if I'm trying to not hit lockout. But when I don't care, and I just want to get in and out, I just do the front area. For my own sanity. But yeah, if you go all the way up and around past Kael'thas, don't pull him, and you pull the guys at the front, and then come back and do both sides. I've found that if you do that, you won't hit lockout. But to save my sanity, we're not gonna do that, and I'm gonna purposely hit lockout, so I don't, you know, throw up and die. Because this raid is the bane of my existence, man. One of the many, anyways. Come here, you. Alright. These guys. Come here, you. Since these haven't been activating, because I'm killing things rather quickly. Here we go. Oh look, another jewel crafting recipe that I can't use. It's gonna be the story of our life for a while. Oh boy. Alright. Back out. Why, hello there. Excellent. I can switch back to my beetle, actually. Not carrying silver around, so I can use my beetle. But yeah, so we're just gonna have a chill day of Sunwell farming and archaeology. So y'all kick back, relax, grab a drink. Quiet day, I expect. There's definitely a bit of a lull in the game at the moment. A lot of folks are taking breaks, so just chill. Alright, I can't look at that right now. There, I can ride my beetle. I love this beetle. And this comes off the trading post too. It always things like this beetle, it's one of my favorite mounts in the game. It'll always make me chuckle, because at one point I had someone get mad at me ages ago when I was on a different realm for riding a shop mount. And it was actually, I can't even remember when it was. I think it was the Rylac. It's quite a many number of years ago. Anyway, and I never forgot that they were so pissed. They're like, no, I was like, this is one of my favorite mounts right now. They're like, no, you can't. It can't be your favorite mount because you didn't earn it. I was like, what do you mean I didn't earn it? It was a gift. Like, exactly. You didn't work for it. It's not a low drop rate. I was like, so? Like, how you earn your mounts gives value to your mounts. And I'm like, no, actually, that's not how it works for me. If it looks really cool, I don't really care how I got it. It's gonna be my favorite mount. And it just, for some reason, that strange mentality from that person, I never forgot it, because I'm just like, how sad. How sad for that person. Because my favorite mount ever is the Blue Beetle from the Trading Post. You don't have to work very hard for that. It's my favorite mount. And my other favorite mount is the Algarian Storm Rider. I'm not even a War Within fan, but I love those griffins. So I don't know. I just always thought that was kind of a strange mentality to have. Like, no, you can love something without having to work for it. But whatever. Hi there, Kraken. Hello, Thalia. Glad to have you here. Got my Paladin to 90. Now I'm doing ritual sites until I cry to get Mythic Raid Set Mog. Also going to install AI voice over packs to do Lore Master on my Pally after this. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy. So good luck and have fun. I've kept Classic through Wrath of Saint because I started playing at the latter half of Wrath, so that's my starting point. I did have a nice one where you finish the campaign in the Twilight Highlands during Kata, and unlock the Dragonmaw and Wildhammer customization for orcs and dwarfs. That way they're in and can later be added upon. Yeah, I really wish they would do stuff like that. That's the sort of thing that I've wanted forever. Oh, yep, there it is. Alright. Let's clean out our bags here. Let's see. Vendor all that garbo. I'm just gonna vendor like all of it because most of this mog, I have way too much mog to sell. Most of this isn't gonna sell anytime soon, and I'd just rather have the gold directly. So whatever. There we are. Alright, so 30 minutes, which means at noon we'll come back. So we're gonna do some archaeology. We'll do it on my hunter as well. That's who I've got over there. Alright. When I played Classic, when it first came out, I was playing a female Night Elf Druid, and this male Night Elf Hunter comes up and was like, I bet you aren't even female IRL, disgusting. Like, right? Like, what is with people? I don't understand some of their thinking sometimes. It's like, so? You don't have to mirror yourself in the game. The point of playing a game, for me, is to be something I'm not. Am I a male sexy Drakthir with glasses and a big gun? No. I bet I'm not that in real life. Like, you know what I mean? Am I an archaeologist? No. Do I have a mechanical pet dog in real life? No. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how stupid of a mentality. It's the point of video games. Have things you can't. I was so shocked people nowadays still think that way. Right? It's so strange. It really is. I don't get it, man. I'm like, why limit yourself? Why? You know what I mean? Just why? I don't know. Who knows? People be strange. Gatekeep just to gatekeep. Oh, I did turn Archie on. Help if I actually had it on. There we go. I was like, why no sound? That would be why. It was on the tram from Stormwind to Ironforge. I won't ever forget. On the tram, no less. Wow. 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 Oh, people. Sorry, but you are a coffee drinking Kraken IRL, right? Exactly. Like, see? Like, see how silly that gets? Oh, gosh. Yes, totally. Yep. Mm-hmm. Because why wouldn't I be, right? There we go. Let's see. Let's make those a tiny bit smaller. They're a little big. Let's see. Control F quick. Fax frame. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I would introduce the Primalists to some characters who would be Primalists at the end or post-Kata, like the Rune Totem guy, who we know nothing about. I have him pop up in, like, I don't know, Deep Home. Him be reluctantly ally, because he's still Grim Totem and they're all dicks. And then have him rally a handful of people who were scared and affected by the Cataclysm, and radicalizes them into first Primalists. Well, there you go. Look at that. Nice. So I picked my hunter because he was 87. And I figure, well, I'll just use archaeology on him to go all the way to 80. Or 90, I mean. Because why not? And we got... Legion is pretty decent right now. I don't know if it's changing next week or not, but it's just in Azuna, which is nice and easy. One zone. So yeah, you'll kick back, relax. Because I got 4 things to get. Land, please. From archaeology. I need Zinrok's Destroyer of Worlds from Troll. I need Staff of Sorcerer Thane Tharazan from Dwarf. Staff of Amine and Scimitar of the Sirocco from Tolvir. And that's it. If I get those 4 things, finally, and I'm finally not as burnt out on archaeology as I was, because most of you who've been around for a while probably know I've done archaeology to the 9s and wanted to throw up for a while. But that burnout is over. I'm okay to do it again. Tex fixed the add-on for me so that I'm not floundering, because the base UI just sucks. Because Tex is awesome. And, yeah, I can stomach it again. So... And I think it further encourages me too, because it is part of my I'm going to 100% vanilla through Shadowlands before I move on to Dragonflight thing that I'm doing. And it is in the crafted item section. Right there, and right there. So, it is required by my own rule before I move on. So, yeah. So far I'm sticking with the expansion in the order they came out, though. I know you said you'd have us go to Dragonflight way earlier, but for this fixin', I'm just gonna keep them as... Yeah, that's fair. There we go. Yeah, I did it backwards. I did Shadowlands and then down for the most part. But that was mostly for raids, specifically. Open world content, I think, is mostly fine, ignoring Blizzard's current issues with breaking open world things like the Blade's Edge one. But Dragonflight is Legacy now, but I will get to that before Last Titan ends, for sure. Because that's my goal. I want to 100% Dragonflight before Last Titan ends. At least. Because the level squish is supposed to be here, I'm assuming after Last Titan. And I'm hoping they don't spring it on us at the beginning, but we'll see. Blizzard's a loose cannon. But I don't want to be caught with my pants down is my point. Because the last time they did a level squish, we couldn't run raids and stuff that we were running at the time for years. I was in the middle of trying to complete Legion, and they did the squish, and I couldn't do Legion anymore. So, not for good for years. Still salty about it. Time heals all wounds. I've heard that, but I don't know. I have to disagree. I really do have to disagree. There are some wounds that just can't be healed by time. It takes other things like physical changes and reconciliation. But, you know, in a generic statement, yeah. There we go. But I'm at least not burnt out from archaeology for now. Time not healing that sword. Exactly. I don't see that sword getting healed, Blizzard. It's funny. Let's see, control, left click again, make that one a little bit smaller. Dig sites, frames. Make that a little smaller, there we go. Doesn't need to be so big. Okay, anyway. What sword? Exactly. What sword, right? Because forgetting about it also heals, right? Right? Yeah, sure. Sure, Blizzard. Sure. Alright. But yeah. So archaeology it is. It's finally time. I mean, talking to Zadormi is time, right? Just backwards. True. That's true. Time but backwards. That is true. Alright. There we go. Closer. There we go. Nice. Ding ding. Give me my cowbell. Wunderbar. I know what I could do too, technically, is go do the manted ones. I might. I wonder if there's an XP difference between the two. Now, after the scaling has changed a bit. Oh, because yes, I had to look up my own guide last night about archaeology because it's been so long.
Live Vampy sub to your channel for 29 months.
Vampy, thank you so much for the resub and sticking around this long. Super appreciate your continued support because thanks to folks like you, I can keep streaming. Literally. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. And also hello. Glad to have you here. Hello, Kraken and crew. Hello, Vampy. Welcome. How you doing? Glad to have you here. Wonderfee. We have storms going on. Oh boy. Yay, storms. Mood though. I know last week we had some gnarly thunder and lightning storms. They were pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive. Well, you know, since we just finished that, why don't we actually pop over to Mop. Go get us a mantid thing. Because I have the crates for it now. Let's see. And I have some XP to compare it to. Went outside to throw some garbage away and it's still like walking to a wall of humidity. Ugh, yuck. Icky humidity. Okay. It's about 40-ish% humidity here right now. Not great, but not terrible. Okay. Oh yeah, not enjoyable. I can imagine. Alright, is this old? It looks like it is. Yeah. Okay. Turn off mop rares. Let's see. Mobs. Mist. Ignore. There we go. 70% humidity with 77 degrees for dew point. Ah, yuck. That's way too high. No, thank you. Okay, let's see here. So we need... Right, because I need Exalted with the Lore Walkers. That's what it was. Right. I mentioned that in the video and I forgot. It doesn't take very long, but do I really want to bother? Nah. I'll just go back to... I don't care. Just go back to Legion. I can do Mantid when I want to get serious about it on my main. I don't care enough. And the temp is 80, but the real feel is 88. Yeah, because of the humidity too. That makes you feel like you're cooking. What is humidity bakes in desert heat? Oh no. Ah, the joy of summers. Hopefully it'll be over soon. Okay. Back to what we were doing here. We just preheat the oven to 110. I don't doubt, man. Imagine that heat would increase due to humidity. Ugh, yuck. No, thank you. It's been weirdly not too bad here lately. I feel like everybody else is getting our heat right now, which is cool with me. Not great for you guys, but you know. Trees, can't see. There we go. Okay. Ding ding. Best part is I live in Minnesota. I guess what we have all around. That's right, lakes. What do lakes do? Make the humidity worse. Oh boy. I don't doubt. Speaking of lakes, the ad break is gonna kick in, and I didn't have time to get water before stream. My water's almost out. So, been so bad this last week in MN in Minnesota. Yeah. Yuck. All right. Let's take a short break. I'm just gonna go refill my water. I'll put the break timer up, but I'm not gonna be gone very long. Just a couple minutes, if that. I'm gonna go get some water, so I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. I got my water. Anyway, let's see. Back to archaeology. We'll do archaeology for a few more minutes, and then we'll go back and run up our lockout on Sunwell again. And we'll be good to go. Just back, I'm surrounded by cornfields, so come August, humidity death sentence. Oh no, I can imagine. Yeah, I much prefer 110 dry versus 90 humid, especially since shade actually still feels nice. Fair. I used to live in Iowa surrounded by corn, I understand. Corn. It taketh and it giveth away. It's a weird spot. Yep, right here, okay. Ding ding. Ding ding. Okay. What are we doing today? We are doing a mixture of Sunwell recipe farming and archaeology. So, yeah. Kind of a fun, not so fun grind mix. So I have 10 recipes I still need that are BOP trash drops from Sunwell Plateau, unfortunately. And still need 4 more things from archaeology. And both of those ain't gonna get anywhere if I don't do them. So that's what we're working on. What is the Sunwell you speak of? I only know the Dawnwell. Oh boy. It's so funny too because the Blood Elves for the past decade have been, do not forget the Sunwell. Well, they forgot the Sunwell. And look what happened. Weep womp. Gross, I need to do archaeology for the Vantex recipe. Or the Vandus rune? Yeah. That one wasn't nearly as terrible. I did it. It took forever. I wanted to die. But I did get it. The ones I need... Oh, I hate these. Dang it. Hold on. I don't like that these spirits scale. I don't understand why they do. Because boy, do they have some health. Anyway. I need Zinroke from Troll. I need Staff of Sorcerer Thane Tharazin from Dwarf. Staff of Amine and Scimitar of Sirocco from Tolvir. So I need 4 of the rarest weapons in WoW, unfortunately. That's what I need. And you all know I've been doing this forever. So it's, yeah. Alright, let's finish this dig site. Will have been... What's our thing there? It says 8 minutes. 15. This should be fine. Okay, let's finish this dig site. And we should be good to go back to Sunwell. Ding ding. It only took me 1100 casts to fish up Old Crafty yesterday, so I'm feeling lucky. Nice! Congrats! And good luck on whatever you work on next. 1100 doesn't feel that bad, but, you know, fishing is really boring, so... Oh, we can solve that. Nice. Okay. All these restored artifacts. Maybe we should fish up the rat and dollar. True. Could be on a good lucky streak for fishing. You never know. Here we are. Nice. Wunderbar. About the dollar and off the MAH gives the achievement. Hey, nice. Very nice. Alright. Ravioli, ravioli, give us the artifactioli. I know, right? And it's a painful thing too, because like, it truly is layers upon layers of RNG. Because I gotta do all this archaeology to then go turn in all of my restored artifacts to then get a chance at the one I actually need. Because farming the old world ones, Dwarf Troll and Tolvir directly is a waste of your time. It truly is. Because you're fighting with all of these other types of dig sites. You're going up and down two of the largest zone masses that we have in the game. Land masses, rather. It just... And like Tolvir alone is super rare. It doesn't come up very much. It literally is better to go do any of the ones that give restored artifacts. Yeah, and the old ones don't give restored artifacts. They're not, it's not retroactive. I am in the wrong building. So, blah. So let's see. Since I don't have rarity anymore, I can't count how many solves it's been. Let's see, we could do that one. Or we could do this one. We could do that one. Let's do Tolvir. We'll just stick to that one. And then Arc for a while, but I'm missing similar ones to you. I remember back in the day trying to get so long to get that troll sword. I'm not surprised. These ones are, they have a lower chance to show up than the mounts do. Like, Zinroke itself has a lower chance to show than the Ultramarine Karaji battle tank, as an example. It's kind of insane. So, you know. And the worst part of it, too, is you keep getting repeats. Like, I already know this toy. I already know the pendant of the scarab. I don't want it. So all I can do is delete it. What a waste. If it at least didn't get repeats, I wouldn't mind so much. Take that, but just hide it there. There we go. Tolvir max. Yes. And if you want to do some serious, you know, farming for this, then you need to do the Mantid route. I'm just kind of poking at it for my own sanity on characters that, you know, were close to 90. Like, this character was 87. So I was like, I'll just, get some XP. I'll do it till he's 90 on that character, and then I'll switch a different one, type of thing. And the rare ones being repeatable is a pain. It is pain. It really is pain. I'm just like, please. That alone of not having repeatables, for the rare ones at least, would make it feel so much better. Wasted so many hours back in Cata trying to get that stupid sword. Mood. I know. They're so rare that when I do get these, I'm not deleting them. I'm putting them in my warband bank, and they're just going to stay there. They are going to become a permanent part of my collection. What? I'm still in lockout? It's been half an hour. You lied to me. 2 minutes. I've been lied to. Alright, well, it's fine. We'll just hang out here. Let's see. What do those even look like? I actually don't even know. I've not looked at them for a long time. Let's see here. Well, there's Staff of the Sorcerer Thane. Kind of neat. There's Zinroke. Oh, look at that crunchy old thing. It's so long. Good old Zinroke. Kind of looks cool with what I'm wearing. Huh. And then we also have the Scimitar of the Sirocco, which is that one. The Staff of Amine. These are all pretty lame. Huh. That's what we're going for. Interesting. But yeah, so since we gotta wait for this. Yeah, the holiday ones here, these will be solved by Dodie. It says holiday, but it's time walking. Moros, that's another one we need to grind for. I don't have a lot of like grinds left, but they're all like really gross. So like Moros is one of the last things I need. well, is the last thing I need in expansion features. And then that knocks that off entirely. And let's see, outdoor zones. Yeah, it's just those gloves, which I can get from Dodie. That recipe is going to be a pain. Oh, speaking of, yesterday, I did get the High Mountain recipe on my enchanter finally. The one from the emissary. Finally got that. So that's nice. Still need the one from the dungeon again, but alas. So it looks like we're gonna get the Guild movie. The Kickstarter is funded. Felicia Day, do you want to date my avatar? What is the Guild? Sounds interesting. Huh. Well, I hope it goes good for them. Interesting. But yeah, this recipe, the Codex of the Tranquil Mind, is been a pickle. That's the first rank 2 at least. Another dungeon grind. So that's a dungeon grind. That's a dungeon grind. That, I can't do anything until it's fixed because it's broken. These will be solved in 2 weeks from now. Because I'm going to farm Maghar rep again. I know, again. Last one, though. For a recipe during Burning Crusade weeklies. Weekly time walking, rather. Which is not next week, but the following. Bloodsail Buccaneers. We're going to farm that starting probably tomorrow. I need to do that again. So that I get this out of my thing here. And that's it for outdoor zones. That's kind of weak. Wow. Hello all. Hello Frosty. Glad to have you here. Welcome. It was a web show made by Felicia Day. Went for like 3 seasons. It was about the life of guildmates outside of the game. Huh. Interesting. Well, I hope the movie goes good for them. Always fun to see that. As soon as you get all the rep stuff done, that's when Blizzard will make them account wide. Right? That's what I'm hoping. Quietly. Because that would be nice, honestly. That'd be really nice. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, that'll be solved by Dodie. This section will. This, you can get from Dodie. It was confirmed. So I don't gotta worry about that. Yeah, not a lot left. Shadowlands. I need to attempt these achievements again. They were broken when I was trying to do them last. They were actually broken. And then Tazavesh became a Mythic Plus. A new one. Again. For whatever season that was in War Within. So I couldn't do anything, but during it, they supposedly fixed the achievements. And I just haven't tried them since. So hopefully that's true, and those achievements have been fixed in Tazavesh. Downloading this voice pack is destroying my PC. ChrisForge is lagging so bad. Oh no, I'm sorry, Thalia. Hi Kraken, hope you have a good day. Hello Durabellia, glad to have you here. Hope you're having a good day as well. Welcome. Let's see here. Tried installing them manually. Went better, but doesn't show up in the app to update. Aw, that's frustrating. I'm sorry. So let's see, we got in Legion, yep, still the Vault of the Warden's recipe that I'm trying to re-get, because that's the one that got removed. And then Cursed Karazhan, yeah, that's just Moros. So that, when I finish down here, that'll take out Return to Karazhan up here too. Common Dungeon drops. There's Codex of the Tranquil Mind. So when I get rid of that, it'll disappear here too. It's in 2 different places. Trial of Valor. You ruined everything. That is the worst achievement. I just want to throw it out the window. Good grief. I don't know if anyone's tried that. It's a nightmare. It's been an absolute nightmare, so I gave up on that for now. So that's a late enemy problem. But that's Legion. Kata. This will be solved by Dodie. Wrath. This will be solved by Dodie. Burning Crusade. There's our 10 recipes. And Classic, all that'll be solved by Dodie as well. So, not a whole lot left to grind. It's pretty much just Sunwell, archaeology, a couple of achievements that are hopefully fixed by now. Grinding Return to Karazhan from Moros. That's kind of it, honestly. That kind of covers it. Can I go in now? I'm in. I waited the 30 minutes. So that's getting down there. Grass Kraken's an amazing feat. Well, thank you, Thalia. I'm talking with you about archaeology. I started trying it for the first time. I also feel that it might be reworked or something eventually, especially after the World Soul Saga. Yeah, they brought it... I didn't need to kill him yet. They've brought it up multiple times over the years saying they want to do it, and they even mentioned it again in a recent interview, but like, because it's not high on their priority list, it's probably one of the first things to get cut because of time or whatever. So we know they want to, but when are they going to? I have no idea. And I want to 100% it before they do. That goal that I had then when they mentioned it in Dragonflight has not changed now. I want 100% it, so I'm completely done before they update it. Just because. I need to anyways if I want to complete vanilla through Shadowlands anyway, so. Alright, let's see what King said here. End of Kata cutscene changes. Dragon aspects are just the scourge of our former brothers over. Now us dragons must return home and rest. Alexstrasza tells Thrall he is the father, and it just ends with Thrall and Agra saying something like, whatever happens next, we'll face it together, or something cheesy. I really wish Agra and Thrall didn't get together. Maybe that's just me. I don't like Agra. I've never liked Agra. But, you know, it's fine. I feel like Agra was Blizzard's excuse to give Thrall a same race lover because they refused to put him with Jaina type of thing. Even though him and Jaina had the chemistry for a while and still do. And even in BFA they do after he's a married man. But, you know, whatever. What would I know? After that, you can talk to the aspects on the rock and the Maelstrom before you leave the raid. And as Dorma says, we've been through a lot of this war against Deathwing. Trying to destroy the world while we aspects rest. Nice, nice. Alexstrasza, in the case of Baby Thrall, go well, you are the father. Yeah. The Ghost Moose Legion archaeology quest is coming up early August, I think. Probably. I know that one was up just a few weeks ago? At least for NA. I remember announcing it, and I was doing some archaeology at that point. They tend to come around once every 6 months, but I don't remember when it was that I had announced it. You know, time flies. Who knows? There we go. All right. That. Did I miss it? I don't know how long ago it was. I don't remember. I just remember announcing it, but I don't. It's been a while. Who knows? You'd have to look at whatever the rotation is on Wowhead. I think they have it tracked. Trying to remember when it was, but I don't remember. Yeah, I'd say if anything, Agra's just bland character-wise, which is why I have her do something in the questing to help fix that instead of just standing there with Thrall. Yeah, she's really boring. She's from the book, but even in the book, I was like, she's alright. I don't know, she just feels very generic. Just is here because Blizzard doesn't want to do cross-faction relationships, sort of thing. Like, I don't really care if Thrall gets with Jaina or not. It's just, that's like the vibe, if that makes sense, that I get from that, even in the book. I don't remember what book she was in. It's been a long time since I've read it. Oh boy. I don't know. I'm just not an aggro fan. I don't hate her. It's just kind of like Marithra. She's been around a long time, but she's really bland. Like, she hasn't done anything. And the few things Yaz does for both those characters, they feel shallow. Like, they don't have a lot of, like, I don't know, depth to them. They're super generic character. I don't know. So I was kind of disappointed about both Agra and Marithra as an example. I feel similarly about them. Which Marithra is Ysera's daughter, for anyone that didn't know. She's the new aspect of the green dragonflight, but Dragonflight did kind of a poor job of setting that up, so it's understandable if you missed it. Which is funny, because I actually like Marithra's children. Her son and I think it was a daughter or something. Way more than her. They have personality. They're interesting. She's not. She is so generic mom-coded, and I'm like, wow, you're really boring, aren't you? So, that's kind of funny. There we go. Doesn't help that Ysera didn't get to do anything, really, and then her daughter just takes over, and we have to kill her mom. And then she doesn't get to go do anything. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't do anything there, and when they brought Ysera back in Dragonflight, she didn't really do anything there. Like, what was the point? I don't know. Just pat, pat, good job, daughter, I love you, goodbye? Like, I mean... I feel like it was wasted. It really was. And the whole, like, oh, well, we gotta trade out Malfurion for Ysera, you know. I'm like, oh, it's such a big thing, right? And then they didn't do anything with it. Just like, okay. Like, she kind of helps with Amirdrasil, I guess, but it was mostly Marithra, so it's like, I don't know, it was strange. It was one of my many complaints about Dragonflight's strange story, because like all the setup was there. They had, at least to me, on the topic of Dragonflight's story overall, they had really good grounds on things to set things up. They had good motivations, they had interesting starts, we had good reason to be there, like all of these characters were interesting, but then it just didn't go anywhere. You know? Like, what did we really take away from Dragonflight? I don't know, I kind of just learned that Alex Strauss is super racist. And Nosdorm was really mopey. And Kalec has Tuskar friends now, I guess. I don't know. It's... We solved the Primalist problem, I suppose. But we didn't solve what they were actually angry about in the first place. We just kind of took them out and that was it. When I thought they had a pretty legitimate reason for being pissed off. So, like... I mean, the Titans are literally controlling babies with order water. Hello? That doesn't seem bad to anybody. Like, you know what I mean? Crazy. That's why I was saying, like, the foundations of Dragonflight are really cool. I was really into it for a little while. I don't know, but then they just didn't address it. They didn't want to pay Malfurion's VA, I guess. Yeah. Family. Yep. I don't know. I want to like Dragonflight. I feel like it resolves nothing. Except bringing a new home for the Night Elves. Which they needed. So that's fine. I guess that's that. Oh well, what do you do? Can't see. But they did nothing with Behemoth afterwards. Right, I know. Like, they didn't even make it a proper city or anything to like actually replace Darnassus. It doesn't have any of the amenities. There's no auction house. There's no bank. Like, it's very bare bones. Like, I get that it's new, but feel like the Night Elves would have been on that, you know? But I guess not. Because it's cool. I like Belemeth. It's gorgeous. I like Amir Drasil. It's neat. I like where it is. I know that's controversial for folks, but I feel like it's fine because the dragons and the Night Elves have long been tied together over various things over their lives, so it kind of made sense. It's out of the way. It's not in Horde territory anymore, so that's good. So they won't be targeted so easily. But I don't know. I just... that was it. I was like, cool, I guess. What do you do? I think Christy Golden was still there at the time. Wasn't laid off until 2024. They got a bunch of stuff together with her there and then forgot to do a lot of it. Yeah, that's what I was reading about too. Like, Christy Golden was fantastic, and one of the reasons, like, Legion was amazing, with her character development and intrigue in terms of keeping characters interesting and relevant with a lot of stuff. And yeah, I feel like they literally lost the plot after she wasn't there anymore, other writers weren't there anymore, they did a bunch of layoffs and refreshes, and so the setup was there, but no one knew apparently how to continue it, which is really disappointing to me. I was so excited for Dragonflight. I get the 4 bosses' reason for hitting the Titans, and yes, fair points, but their minions were all just crazy guys who wanted to kill everyone. This reminded me of the Twilight Cultists and Kata, just more shaman-coded. Yeah, I agree, because they definitely went about it the wrong way. But the problem is, like, when you read into what was going on with Alexstrasza and the others, they're literally extremely racist and bigoted, and even call the Proto-Drakes Proto-Drake, which according to the book is actually a racial slur. It's literally a racial slur because they got ascended by the Titans and thought themselves better because they were chosen or whatever. And then dissed all of their cousins and brothers who they used to be close with. Like, it's crazy. Like, they actually have a bad history. I was like, whoa! Read the book if you haven't. It's the... Oh, what one is it? Let me find it. Let me look. What one is it? I think it's buried. It's buried behind my other books. I don't remember. But it's the Dragonflight one. Like Dawn of the Aspects or something. I can't remember. Anyway, it goes over it in that. It just... Yeah. So... And a lot of it, too, is just like... Alexstrasza and the others, they don't seem to understand what their problem is. Like, yeah, they're quote-unquote not serving the Titans anymore or something. But they didn't really completely address the issue in that why their brethren were mad at them in the first place. They didn't really deal with it. They just kind of brushed it off the side or was like, ah, it's fine. They'll forgive us because we're helping them. I'm like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works, Mahan. And then none of that happened in game. The book also would have helped if it didn't come out like halfway through Dragonflight. The book I'm talking about, I think you might be thinking of the sequel. I'm talking about the prequel. It goes over the history of the dragons. I did get it right at the start. Blizzard was even nice enough to send me a hard copy of one of the books, which I talked about at the launch of Dragonflight. So it's that one. I did get that one right at the start. Came out just slightly before it. So it was a good book. It's the one that goes over the history of the dragons specifically. With the aspects and the protos and all that jazz. Anyway, TLDR, like, when you actually read all of the quests in Dragonflight, especially around, like, Waking Shores and Thaldraszus, and you do all the campaigns and you, like, kind of take it all in. Thank you for the follow, Anna Husky. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I found that I completely agreed with the Primalist. because the Titans literally did come in, infect everybody, literally infect eggs of the dragons, which they're still doing, by the way, with order-infused magic to make them complacent and compliant. And, like, there's a whole thing about it. And I'm kind of, like, shocked that wasn't really more of a talking point because it felt so, like, major. Like, literally brainwashing you from birth to become a dragon that the Titans can control. Like, that doesn't seem bad to you? You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. Love your model so adorable. Well, thank you, Anna Husky. Appreciate it. I love it too. I'm very happy with it. It's been a really fun model to have. Some of the books, comics, I'm unsure if they're even canon. I remember reading a few of them thinking this is cool, but isn't really reflected in game for some of them. And there's the Sunwell trilogy that you need to read to understand BC's raid. Well, according to Blizzard, they're all canon. The only books that aren't are like the RPG. But according to Blizzard, they are, and I only know that because it's something they've talked about in the past. And they build, unfortunately, a lot of between the expansions lore for reasoning for the next expansion, if that makes sense, in the books. The books, you can almost view them as like the prequels and the sequels to each expansion, what happens in between. Like, BFA is a good example, and a very bad one at the same time, because everything that happened with Anduin going to war on Lordaeron made him look bad because we only saw that side of it in game. He went there because he was trying to have a truce in the books with Sylvanas, and she betrayed it and killed a whole bunch of innocent people in the process, including her own, because she didn't want the undead and the humans getting along. She didn't like that they were okay with each other in the book. So she killed them all, including Kalia. That's how Kalia dies. So it's kind of crazy, but like with that setup, it makes more sense why Anduin did what he did. But you don't see that because it's not in game. And I'm like, guys, put that in the game. Because it's a totally different context if you don't have that. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. Assuming the comic book was a different timeline, someone's kid, main character, not Anduin. Yeah, I don't think the comics are canon. It's just the novels specifically. Oh look, there's a recipe I need but can't use. Haha, that feels great. Oh. It's a leatherworking one. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, I don't think the comics are. I don't think anything that's not part of the main novel series is canon. It's just the novels. But you gotta keep in mind too, Blizzard's stance on their own canon. They've said in the past at a past BlizzCon, just because it's in game doesn't mean it's canon. I don't know if they still follow that, but that's a thing they've said, so yeah, alright. Are these BOP? Yep. Yes, they are. Good red shirt guy to sort everything out for us. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But that's part of the reason I just don't get involved with the WoW story anymore, honestly. Dragonflight, that was kind of the last straw for me. And I've just not been interested since. So I play for, you know, all the other reasons I still play. Collecting, and I still like the art style and the vibe and all of that. But in terms of story, nah, I'm just checked out anymore. I can't. Tired of being frustrated about it, you know what I mean? And because of that, a lot of people don't realize what's going on because they don't want to buy the books. Exactly. I would totally make these kind of stories either questlines that happen after the last raid of the expansion and the pre-events, right? Or at least, at the very least, have them readable in-game. We have libraries. Stormwind Castle, you know, where the king is and whatnot, has a huge library section. I don't know if anyone's actually even gone in there for other reasons than maybe a couple quests. Horde probably has one somewhere too. Silvermoon has big libraries. Just put the book in the game. That's it. Or do a TLDR lore walking version of all the books. They've got that option now. I don't know. There's ways. I just feel like because of that, and this has always been an issue, they're missing a lot of context for anyone who wants to be invested in the story but doesn't want to have to deal with the books. It's, yeah. Yeah, I'm lost in the story after Shadowlands. I just play big numbers and farming is fun. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. Perfectly fair. When they did those audio stories before Legion, that'd be a great way to keep the lore rolling. True, that's another one too. I did like those. I thought those were interesting. There's some books in the Sunwell area that only appear there, or at least they did for that one achievement. Yes, but they're not like the actual novel IRL books. They're just for like achievements and stuff. That's like some of the only reason you'd go there. And so the anniversary race, I think, sends you there a couple times if you do the quests. But that's it. Like, they don't use the library. Like WoW's world or universe, but as far as the game story, I'm checked out. Agreed, same. And I haven't liked it since they decided to have a faction war in BFA right after Legion when we were all working together in the Order Halls. Yep, I can agree. That's also really kind of when it started for me as well. Like, I like BFA a lot, but I definitely agree with you and take issue with the story as well. Because everything I like about it is not actually the story. It's the vibe, the zones, the content itself, etc. So yeah. Same. Same seas. I'll probably judge Army, but I love WoD. No, you're fine. I liked actually WoD a lot too. I thought WoD was great. For me, WoD's issue was just the lack of content. What it had was great, but it had to be so cut. The poor thing bled. I think WoD's my 4th favorite expansion. So, the 8-month period for an update. Yeah, that was definitely one, and it's so funny. Everyone rags on WoD for the drought that it had, which was like 13 or 14 months. Do you know what other expansion also had a 13 or 14 month drought? Mop. But no one talks about that. I did Siege of Orgrimmar for the freaking 13 or 14 months or whatever it is. That's over a year of nothing. Like, bruh. They're full of lore from the RTS. It was all lore set up for the WoW time period after Warcraft 3, but yeah, they should definitely do that again with more books hanging out. Get the interns on it. Exactly, yes. You need that lore. You really do. Because I feel like that's part of it. They really want to engage people in the story, but the game itself is not... I don't feel like it tackles it properly because it's so big. And so they just, like, oh, we'll just get the details in the books. I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good way to do it. Poor lore YouTubers like Novel have to work hard to try and explain what's going on. I think he's even kind of given up and just makes videos on his reactions and current content. Really? Yeah, I don't blame him. It is difficult because, especially now, especially like right now, like current, so much has been retconned. I think more than people realize when you actually read into these quests. I mean, everything from a lot of like Night Elf and Troll lore to weapons that were used during different wars. Like even poor Kelthus's sword, Falamalorn, gets shat on a couple times and be like, no, actually he was using this other sword. And I was like, what? That's not true. It's like in the beginning intro. It's very strange. And I feel like, and that was my first thought too. I was like, wow, how are the lore folks gonna piece this one together? Because, oof. But yeah, it's all over the place. Which is really disappointing because I want to like Midnight. It's beautiful. The collectibles look amazing. And I'm so checked out from the story, dude. I just can't. I can't be asked. And it makes me sad because I still love WoW. It's not like I don't. What sword? Exactly. Oh boy. Why does one of my Vix Mob was the beloved? Pretty much. Mob gets a pass because everybody liked it. It's like, nah. Auto's one of my faves for sure, and I also wish we could have explored Draenor more. Same. It had a lot of cool stuff going on. I'll always be disappointed that we can't do more with it. Because I loved the vibe. I loved that primal... Because it's the orcs' homeworld, right? Like, Outland itself, our version of it that we have here is pretty dead. I don't mean like because they haven't done anything with it. I mean like it's actually a dead, dying few fragments of a planet. Like they even address it again in BFA when Thrall tried to go back there to raise a family. It is a dying world, and it's very sad. So seeing Draenor, to me, was cool, because it's like, it's the orcs' homeworld, but what it could have been without exploding. You know? I wish we would do something, like just merge the two, I don't know. Fix poor Outland or something. But I love stuff like that. We even have Arthur's sister in game. I feel like we have now, maybe Priest Order Hall. Yeah, we have, she joined in, I think it was Legion, I think is when we first see her. Because she was in the Order Hall, I believe. For the priests, like you said. Are you Alliance? She plays a pretty big role, Horde side. She does, that's true. She's, because she's Horde now, technically. Because she's part of the Undead Council. That'd be why I mainly play Alliance when I'm subbed. Gotcha. Yeah, she's unfortunately, because she's undead, and thanks to what Sylvanas did, the undead are just permanently Horde, even if they were human. Which is really unfortunate, but... She cleans out Undercity after the war. True, she does. She gets that all dealt with. Which is good. Her and the new council that got set up. Which is pretty cool. If you haven't done that quest line, I actually recommend it. I did like it. Here we go. Disneyfication kind of pushing me away, though. It's called World of Warcraft now. World of Craft now. Understandable, yeah. I don't know. I kind of don't see the Disneyfication myself. But I guess if we're comparing it to, like, modern Disney, yeah, I can see it. I think it's just bad writing, personally, but... I thought it was me. I'm so EP. Oh, no, you're fine. You're good, you're good. First time walking dungeon, the other side. Nope, F that. But don't blame you. Oh, there we go. We hit our lockout. Back to archaeology. Yeah, she was alive as a follower in the Priest Order Hall. That's what I thought. It's been so long since I've done the Priest Order Hall. Yeah, because wasn't it, oh balls. The undead priest that they actually brought back from Midnight. Isn't he the one that introduced her in Legion? I feel like, I can't remember. It's been too long. I used to have all of this pretty, like, pretty memorized, but because I'm so checked out, I'm forgetting all the lore anymore, because my brain's like, well, we don't need this now. So, you know, one of those things. And in my head, I'm like, okay, I'll wait till the next patch, see if the new troll stuff, maybe a patch after that, I'll see what's going on. But we're in this whole speedrun XPEC model where we only get 2 major patches, with a few 0.5 and 0.7 or whatever, minor add-on fixes, and then it's on to the next one, because Blizzard wants to get this trilogy over with for some reason. Like, okay guys, 3 whole expansions all connected story-wise, but each one is only 1 year long, so you won't get attached to anything. Yes, that's my exact same feelings on it. Yes. I agree. Because that's been how my experience as well. They don't really have time to get deep with anything. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, I like her doubts about becoming undead the wrong way. Agreed. I like Callie a lot. I know a lot of people don't for some reason. I like her just because she wasn't undead by choice. It wasn't her choice. It never is for most undead. Some are, but most of them it's not a choice. And she's not hard-coded. but she has to be now because of this faction issue. So it's like, you know, what do you do? I don't know, I find her interesting. She's like the first follower you get. She's like, surprise, I'm alive at the start with Alonsis. Alonsis, that was his name. Yeah. He's really cool in Midnight. Midnight actually has a pretty cool story. I'm glad you think so. I can't stand Midnight's story one bit. But I like Alonsis. I don't like any of the stories. I was trying my best to like it because the zones are fun, but it kind of ends there. The campaign itself, I don't know. I haven't liked it. I remember one of the stories talked about her, what's her name, Kalia, being a different type of undead, and it was coming across being undead from the light or something. Yep, because that's another thing you see in the book that's not shown in game. I don't think it was, at least. She was resurrected by Anduin and a Naru. You know the Naru that's in the Priest Order Hall? It's that one. So she became undead that way. She's light-bound undead? That would be the best way I could put it. She really is different. And that's why I'm like, are they gonna do something with that? Or, like, that seems cool. So, she wasn't resurrected by, Sylvanas or the Valkyr or the Plague or... this thing again. Gosh dang it. There we are. I remember, it's interesting, in a recent interview, Ian said that 50% people think the patch is going just right, 25 said it's too slow, 25 thinks too fast. I'm just like, who are you polling? Because most people I hear say it's too fast. I saw that too, and I literally had the same reaction, because I was like, who are you polling? I never saw a poll. Like, you're not going to get an accurate read unless everybody does the poll. I didn't see a poll. I play all the time. Like, you know what I mean? I had the same reaction. Very, very few people I've talked to that are okay with the patch cadence. I'm like, am I going crazy on that? I don't know. I guess I just like negatives, the light and order. Oh, I do too. I love light. I love order. I love the Titans. I love the Void. I love the Old Gods. I love all of that cosmic stuff. Believe me, that's part of the reason I play WoW. I just don't like the characterization of it, so to speak, that we've had in Midnight. Zalatath is boring. We've lost the plot in Midnight already. We're just go over here with troll stuff. And I'm like, can we like focus on the issue at hand here? She went down into the heart of Azeroth and we're not doing anything about it? Hello? And I think part of it too, for me, the story for this expansion feels concluded after we defeated quote-unquote Zalatath. The end, I guess? I don't know. I'm just like, there's not really a good follow-up on it for some reason. What poll? Exactly! What poll? And just builds an army of undead for funsies. Apparently! It comes back to that Dragonflight mess that they didn't address in game. Yep, exactly, running. Exactly. Yes. I just read about KOS passed away. Always hope that, always hop between her stream and yours. KOS? Who's KOS? Who passed away? I'm so sorry to hear that. That's not good. Catherine of the Sky, of Sky. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was like, abbreviation. I was like, who? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. My condolences to her and her family. That's so sad. You pulled shareholders. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know where they're getting those numbers from. That's crazy to me. I want 2-year X-Packs back. Same techs. Right there with you. And before they say, well, we've never had good cadence for 2-year X-Packs, Legion actually had a fantastic schedule. I don't have the link, but somewhere someone had done, I think it was on Wowhead or something, showing all the different when patches were released. Legions was like perfect for me. But, you know. She was a neutral good guy who just wanted to help her people, even if they're all smelly bone bags. But then Sylvanas was all mad and stuff and killed her, and she gets rezzed by Anduin and the Naru, and she gets to stay hot, so everyone went, oh, she's just here to replace Sylvanas as the hot undead leader. I am stuck? There we go. And while from a meta standpoint, I could see Blizz try and make her that before they came up with the council idea, but I'm thinking, Callie's point of view, I was just being nice. Yes, exactly, King. Yes. That's why I felt bad for her. I'm like, she just wanted to help her people, man. She's, if anything, an antithesis to Sylvanas. So I don't know. Yeah. On a different note, are you going to watch the Kraken 2026 film? Probably not. I don't know what that is. I actually haven't watched any new movies in a long time. I've been watching a lot of old movies with Silver lately. Didn't ask for any of this. What's happening? Exactly. Yes. Yes. Exactly, King. It's exactly where poor Callie is at. The Curse of Ulatek is the end. It really kind of is, isn't it? Like, and that's the 0.1 patch. We're not even at the 0.2 patch yet, which is supposed to be more quote-unquote like the end for the short expansions now. I don't know. What's going on? They pulled only the people that WoW's been pandering to lately. Hardcore raiders. Probably. Yeah, the 1% of the player base. Let's ask what the community wants. Let's ask them what the community wants. True. Ugh. I don't know. That's why it baffles me. Yeah, I just want enough time to do the stuff I want to do in a season and time to farm legacy stuff. I also want classes and gameplay to get to a fun spot and don't touch it for years. Stop changing classes all the time. I was disappointed how the snake boss looks. Aww. Yeah, I looked over the 0.1 stuff and I don't know. I'm just not into it. Like, I want to like the troll stuff. I usually do. He said so confidently as almost if the answer doesn't matter. I noticed that, and it's... yeah, I know. Other different raids at Voidspire and March feel like part 1 and part 2 of one raid. I think they technically kinda are. So, you know. What do you think this is? Old school RuneScape? Exactly. For me, though, I still feel like seasons should match... It should be 3 months. Personally, instead of the 2. I don't like 2 months. 2 months is too short. 4 can feel a little too long. But I like 3, personally. If I had to... Nope, use that. There we go. I wish we would go back to the 12-week instead of 8. 8's too short for me, and it's part of the... One of the major reasons, actually, I've pulled out of seasonal stuff almost entirely. I don't have enough time. I would have to know life the game to be able to keep up with the seasonal stuff that I want to do. That's ignoring legacy entirely. So I don't have that kind of time. So that's why I pulled out of the seasonal race. Snake Boss is literally a recolor of the Blood Loa from ZG Hakar. Is it? I must be thinking of the 3-headed one. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Did they say their reasoning for that? Is like, you like Hakar's evil twin or something? I don't know. Huh. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Here we go. Boss has 3 heads but the same body as Hakar. Okay. Okay, maybe that's why I was looking at it as different, because of the heads and whatnot. Stop spawning the spirits! Ah! Callie just being a nice lady. Forsaken, you're a new leader now. I don't think I'm qualified for that. How about a council? So I'm not the only one in charge. Forsaken, you're still a leader. Callie, this is extortion. This is bullcrap. Exactly. Seasonal stuff makes you treat WoW like a job, and I play to relax, not stress out. Yep. Yep. Because I wanted to get into delves. I do like the inclusion of delves, but I don't like that they're part of the seasonal thing, if I'm honest. I don't know, too much. Not for me. It's a reskin using Hakar's skeleton rig. Gotcha, that makes sense. That might be why I didn't see it immediately. One of the best conversations about Blizz I had been seen in a while was the Jeff Kaplan x Alexa 5-hour interview. I didn't watch the whole thing. I read the TLDR on those because, woof, that's a long interview. I didn't like that the Prey renown is also seasonal. Same. I looked at that and was like, I already don't have time to do delves. I don't have time for seasonal Prey stuff, so whatever. It's like that big flying monkey mounts in the shop. They're new skins, but it looks like they used the Fellbat skeleton. Yeah, they've been using the crap out of that skeleton. They've been doing a lot of mounts with it. I'm kind of surprised. Someone must really like that one at Blizzard. Between the monkeys and the Gurlocs and the different Fellbats and quit making everything seasonal. I know, right? Like, stop, please. Ah. Head of the vendors. There we go. There we are. Get off the devs who made the other skeletons, I guess so. Oh, rip. There we go. Nice. Now the butterflies, but I love them. The butterflies I do like. Yeah. They're super cute. And that new moth, that's a new one. I do like that. I think it's cute. It becomes a live service game and now it has gacha. Kinda, yeah. Especially if all the new season log is just recolors. Oh, the big fluffy moth. Yes, I love the new big fluffy moth that they added. I think it's super cute. Here we are. I think I will actually turn on my AC. It's getting awful warm in here and I just realized that. I felt a little woozy. I was like, oh, I should turn my AC on. It's too hot. Okay, let me do that real fast. It'll only take me a minute. Alright, there we go. Get my headset back on here. So I was like, that's weird. Why am I woozy? Why am I a little dizzy? Why am I a little faint? That would be it. It's too hot. There we go. Alright, anyway. Hopefully it has a mouth so it can eat so moths don't die. Yeah, it does. The new one does. And it has a little tongue, like it'll like clean its antennae with its little leggy after it licks it. It's very cute. There we are. Hydrate or dehydrate. Yes. You'll drink your water. It's good for you. Especially this time of year when it's too hot. Love the WoW team, but the corporate side is sicking me. Yeah, understandable. Oh, no, I agree. Was another funny interview question, like how only Mage Tower and Mop Challenge mode won't come back, but in my opinion, the game now has more seasonal FOMO stuff than ever before. I don't know, maybe that's just how I feel. Oh no, I agree. It does. If you actually add up all the different things that are seasonal now, It's a longer list than you'd realize. So, yeah, it does. And those weren't even seasonal. Like, not technically. They were expansional, if you want to look at it that way. You had the entirety of the expansion to do it. So... Slarathian's legendary quest got removed. For some reason, that one still doesn't make sense to me. Like, Khadgar's one did too, but his was boring. Well, even then, both of them don't make sense because... as to why they got removed. Because, especially Rathian's, is very lore relevant to a lot of what's going on. From the Titans to the Legion to the Old Gods. A lot of that was touched on during that. Like, I don't understand why they removed it either. That's a whole different issue too, removing very important quest lines for lore just because they didn't want the legendary around anymore? I don't know. Like, then remove the legendary or something. Not the quest line for it. And Khadgar's, his was boring, but it does touch on important lore as to why Cordana is the way she is in Legion. Which you don't get now that it's gone for the WoD legendaries. So, she's just evil for no reason. She was very important in WoD. So, but yeah, another lore reason just kind of ripped out and no one gets to see it. 100% on love for team? Absolutely. Absolutely. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, we still got like 16 minutes before we can hop back in there again. Looks like it takes me about 2 to 3 minutes per run. I don't know. It's whatever, I suppose. There we go. His dagger one from Kata is still in the game, but no, his big Pandaria one that is most people's intro to him is gone, and yeah, Khadgar's one of the important bits, and Cardano was fun. Sad to see her go crazy and turn bad. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they removed it. I'm still confused on that. I feel like they don't like Rathian, and I say that just because Rathian has been very much a topic for Blizzard of removing things, changing things. He was originally supposed to be somewhere, they put someone else in. Ebonhorn, the whole reason that character exists in High Mountain is because that quest line about revealing the lore about Neltharion stuff was originally supposed to be Rathian exploring his father's history and learning about why he was the way he was, and he goes to High Mountain to do so. But sometime through development, they decided, nah, we'll just put this random Taran who's always been there and is like his half-brother instead. He's literally a filler character. So that got changed, and the lore that was supposed to have been revealed we'll never see. So there's that. And they removed the Mop quest line for the Mop Legendary Cloaks. We don't get to see that. And there's another quest line that's very lore important as well in BFA that they removed. For anyone that might have been playing while BFA, while it was current, do you remember the quest line where we go through finding Rathian and helping him make the potion? And then we even get his tome on the lore of all of that stuff? You can't do that anymore. That quest line has been removed. And that's crazy to me, because the whole reason he was doing that was to find a potion or a cure of some sort that he could create to stave off old god corruption. And he literally uses it to save Ebonhorn's life. Like, it's really important. We literally save Evanhorn with what Rathian discovers. And they just brush it. Like, hello? Like, you still technically have to save him with it, but all of the build-up to it is gone. You don't know why it exists anymore. Gone. And during those quest lines, too, Rathian's very mature. He's grown up a lot. He's got great characterization, because he's older now. Like, you see that he's got a lot of growth. He's a little retrospective into his past. I was like, wow, they did some great characterization with this. And then they remove it all. And then Dragonflight happens. They turn him into a petulant child, undo all of his growth that he had. We have no lore to point to for him anymore. Aside from his dagger quest and Kata. And it's crazy to me. And then they prop up Ebenhorn, again, the filler character, who was supposed to be like, yeah, I'm just better than both of you, so, because, who, by the way, Ebenhorn, some of his stuff got removed too. Does anyone remember, I believe it was also BFA, another questline that got removed, where you had to force Ebenhorn to leave frickin' High Mountain to go help Thunderbluff, because an old god ghost invasion thing was happening. He didn't want to be there at all. When he finally did, he was a coward and did nothing. You can't do that questline anymore, by the way. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It feels like a frickin' fever dream. It's gone. So from start to finish, Ebenhorn has wanted nothing to do with his dragonflight. With the Black Dragons. Still didn't, even up to the point that he became Aspect. The only reason he was there is because Rathian convinced him. And now he's the Aspect. TLDR on why I don't like Ebenhorn. Like, dude! But that relates to them removing quest lines. We don't have all of this context anymore. So newer people or people that haven't done it would never know. Crazy to me. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, but Ebenhorn still has lines in the dungeon that sound like Rathian. He's all sassy. Yep, some of that wasn't changed. It's strange. Blizzard is like, shh, Kraken, it's just the Mandela effect. Sometimes I feel like it, dude. I feel like I'm living in a different universe. Because I do keep up, at least I used to, with the story and the lore and so when they remove something, I'm talking about a thing, and I'm like, yeah, with the such and such because of this. They're like, what are you talking about? That doesn't exist. And I'm like, what? And then I go find out they removed it. And I'm like, what? What? You know what I mean? Makes me wish I was a streamer back then because, I mean, I had no way to be one, but if I could have been, I could have recorded all that. And I wouldn't look as crazy. But I wasn't even a YouTuber yet. And then he's a man baby who just wants his daddy's stuff. And his older brother shows up because lore nerds kept saying, hey, he's still an Outland. Remember Blizzards? They brought him back to make them shut up. Yeah, it makes me so sad because, like, I didn't like the whole thing at all with Ebenhorn, Rathian, and Sibelian. I wanted to like that. I was excited that they were going to be there and do something with them. Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy to me. That whole thing's such a mess. It actually made me actively dislike the Black Dragon flight, who is, by the way, my favorite flight. Ugh. I'm so disappointed. Blech. Got the Vanta's recipe for archaeology. Oh, I just completely skipped over it. I'm sorry, Vampy. Congrats! Congrats! Congrats on the Vanta's rune. There was no cornucopia. There was. Exactly, pretty much. Ebenhorn could have been okay if they didn't cut Rathian out. Yes, agreed. I really feel like Ebenhorn could have been the cool big brother Rathian really needed. Rathian needed an older black dragon to help him. Of course, he's a little wild. He doesn't have any direction. Like, there's no one left. You know? So, yeah. But they didn't. Instead, he knocks on him, calls him childish. He's not very nice to him. Even though Rathian has saved his life twice, by the way. Ebenhorn would be dead without Rathian. And I'm just like, you ungrateful bastard. Ugh. So, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it feels like the new writers just like him because he's a nice Tauren guy who just happens to be a dragon, so they said, no, he's our son now, and he gets all the things, screw you. Remember when dragons made sense? Pepperidge Farm remembers exactly. Thank you, it wasn't as painful as I thought it would have been. Well, that's good. Good. Congrats. Yeah, that questline was so cringe in Zaralek because it's so obvious they're making Rathian and Sunwell look stupid to build up Ebonhorn. And if you wanted Ebon to be Aspect, you could have done it without making the others look like baby morons. Yes. Agreed, thank you. Because Sibelian is awesome. He's a jerk. But he's a cool jerk, right? He's like the evil uncle that nobody asked for. Rathian, he did a lot of development that we just talked about that they removed, so nobody knows. But he became a badass. Look at what he does in Nyalotha, dude! That's awesome. But they tear down both of them to make Ebonhorn look good. And like, that's not how you do it. And for me, it makes me like Ebonhorn less. Because of that. Because it ruins other characters. There could have been a way better way of doing that. And it makes me so sad because I was so looking forward to it. Ugh. Ugh. Short side question related to a bit to Rathian. What did you think of Horrific Visions when they were alive? They're alright. I can't speak on the second ones that came out. I never did them, but I did the original ones in BFA. They're alright. I like the concept. Like, lore story-wise, I thought they were interesting. But I didn't enjoy doing them. I feel like the scaling was awful. Especially since I was trying to do it with Silver, my co-host and best friend at the time. I mean, she still is now, but at the time we were doing it together. And we found out that the scaling in it was so bad, it was actually better if we did it separately. So then it became doubly not fun because we couldn't do it together. So... I have a love-hate relationship, I suppose, with those. Hey, Kraken, want to help fix the lore? Oh, Legion's gonna be fun to rewrite. Exactly. Jeez. But no, if you're asking legitimately, I don't. I really don't. It's too much effort at this point. Hello, I'm late, but I'm finally here. Welcome, Freckles. Glad to have you here. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the archaeology rants, where it's really boring content, so we talk about random stuff. So welcome. There we go. Yeah. Ding ding. Oh, okay. Yep. Angry Hybrid Spirit. Get her. I really don't like that these things scale. I don't understand why they do. There we are. Anyway. No, I know, I'm just joking. This is my burden to bear because I'm bored. Fair. Mood. It's the coolest chill stream. Aw, well thank you, Frosty. Appreciate it. Had a post-op appointment for hubby's knee replacement surgery. Things are going good. Excellent. That's good to hear. I'm just tired. Hopefully I'll be able to get a good night's sleep soon. Yes, I hope so. And good. I'm glad to hear your husband's knee replacement it's going fine. Healing up good. So that's great news, so congratulations. Good. Laments of the players. Pretty much. Hi Kraken, hi chat. Hello Mr. Viacon, glad to have you here. Welcome. How you doing? There we are. Lockout looking. 3 more minutes. Okay. We're 2 weeks out from surgery, still hurting, still some swelling, but told everything's where they expected at this point, so that's a good thing. Well, that's good. At least it's there's nothing funky happening, so that's what you want to hear. And not, uh-oh, what's this? All I'm saying is I may rewrite Rathian to become the new aspect, but Ebonhorn as his advisor and moral compass that turns him from an entitled man-baby to sassy Black Dragon leader. It's not that hard, Blizzard. Right, and even if they really didn't want Rathian to be the aspect, like, he doesn't have to be. Does he deserve it? Yes. He doesn't have to be. It's just how they went about it, you know what I mean? And Ebonhorn, that's the thing, is like, I feel like they were trying to lean into the trope of, well, he doesn't want it, so that makes him a good leader. No, that doesn't by default, honestly. That actually can be very bad, because then someone won't care. And you see that a little bit with Ebonhorn. That's why he gets kind of irritable. He doesn't really want to be there. So, like, yeah. There. Like, even if we can't do 2 years again, if we go to 9 or 10 week patch cadence, I would be happy. Agreed. My ideal is 12. 12 weeks, because it's a full 3 months. 4 week each. A full season, a proper actual season. And, you know. They could even structure it pretty easily around that, I feel like. Like, let it run its course with that, but whatever. Ebonhorn, this is extortion, this is bullcrap. I just want to go back to High Mountain. Pretty much. He said that a lot during that whole thing when we had to pull him out of High Mountain the first time to get him to help with stuff over in Thunderbluff. Hello, Marom. How you doing? Glad to have you here. Welcome. Is it at? Oh. Here we are. I'm good. Finished hanging out with a friend person for 3 hours. No, wait, 4 hours. Hey, nice. Well, that's fun. Always good to see a friend in person. Wish I could hang out with Silver in person. But alas. Was rest. You will be the new Black Dragon aspect, and you're gonna like it. Most players, no, please, we don't want him to either. Yeah, he doesn't wanna, and we don't wanna, but, you know, what do you do? It's like he doesn't want it, though, so that makes him a good leader. I'm like, that's not... that is a terrible trope, and I really wish they would not do that. They don't play video games, but they did let me rant and ramble about WoW housing. Hey, well, that's good. Mood. Here we are. Ding ding. Nice. Did Facebook just break? I don't know, did it? Man, I haven't used Facebook in ages. I wanted Rathian to be aspect. I was okay with Abyssian, at least it wasn't Sibelian. And for me, I would take Sibelian over Ebonhorn, personally. Just because at least he has a reason to, and actually wanted it. Ebonhorn wanted nothing to do with it, and he actually has said multiple times in past expansions that he hates his Black Dragon flight. He hates his people. So I'm just like, okay. I don't think that makes him a very good leader if he doesn't like who he's leading, but alright. It was me. Oh, you broke it. That's funny. We went window shopping, got some Starbucks, some lunch, then came to my home and hung out with YouTube. Hey, well that sounds fun. Nice. Not wanting to be in a role doesn't equal humility in being that role. He doesn't want to do it because he wants to be a Tauren more than a dragon. Exactly, yes. Thank you. Not wanting to do something does not equal humility. That is an excellent way to put it.
your days late on Renew, better late than never. Cheers. Fear of Code sub to your channel for 20 months.
Fear of Code, thank you so much for the resub. Super appreciate. Super appreciate. I don't know why I turned southern for a second. Super appreciate your continued support. Because thanks to folks like you, I can keep streaming. So thank you so much. Thank you. And also welcome. Glad to have you here. Sounds almost like One Note Sylvanas / shot fired. Is that right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sounds a little too similar. Mood. Which, fun fact, if you like matcha, Starbucks has an iced blue coconut matcha that's pretty good. Oh, that sounds pretty tasty. I do like matcha and I do like coconut. Yum. Oh, I get all that. I just never liked Civilian's attitude. Oh no, same. He's an absolute jerk. So I do agree with you on that one. He's an absolute ass. But I feel like he could have been, if they written him a little differently, he could have been the cool evil uncle that, like, he embraces his asinineness, but like a lovable asshole, if that makes sense. There are characters like that, not really in WoW. WoW doesn't do a very good job with it, but the trope is there. He could have been that. He's not, unfortunately. That's what I had hoped for him, though. Now, on some positive thoughts, his new model when he becomes the aspect is boss as hell. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like we've said before, even when the story is just blech, the art team always puts in the extra effort. Like, dude, I don't have any complaints about that. All glowing horns and pointy bullring. Wanted him to be Scar without the whole killing the family thing. Yeah, I could see that. Scar if he actually accepted it and didn't try to murder anyone. What was your reaction when you first saw Bolvar being knocked around by Sylvanas? I was disgusted, honestly. I was like, really? Wow. I didn't have much of a reaction beyond eye roll because I'd pretty checked out from Sylvanas by that point. Because whatever. She was their new poster bombshell girl, so plot armor or something. That's the aunt who talks shit about everyone. Exactly. She could have been that. I have no fear. Our team here is our team is here to save the day. Yeah. They carry, man. They really do. They are carrying this game. I'm watching this new anime called Forsaken Saintless and her foodie road trip in another world. This middle-aged office worker lady got summoned to another world, and after being thrown out by the idiots that summoned her, she goes on a road trip in the new world with a new superpower where she summons an RV. That sounds amazing. That's pretty hilarious. Me too, just wanted validation. Oh, same. You're totally fine, Frosty. You're totally fine. I will do my best to validate you. Remember when Bolvar was acting all sus in Evil Legion? Imagine if that led to anything important. Right? I was like, ooh, Bolvar's got that helm on too long. What's going on here? And then nothing became of it. I was like, oh. Alright. Yeah. I know. If you don't know what we're talking about, go do the Death Knight Order Hall quest line. It's still in. They didn't remove it, to my knowledge. So, good juicy stuff in there. And Sibelian is the sassy aunt who talks shit about everyone. Sylvanas is just a bitch. Fair. There we go. There we go. No, you're right. You're right. Civilian could have been that. You're right. They're a team of the real pillars of creation. Yes, they are. I thought you were talking about the DK line. Oh, yes, we were. Yep. Yes, indeed. Oh, Fear Code started a hype train. Hype train. I don't know why it's so quiet. There we go. Thank you so much, Fear Code, for the hype train. Appreciate it. Bang bang. Alright. Let's see, what's our thing there? Yeah. Looks like we can head over to, we'll finish this dig site, and then we'll head back to Sunwell and rack up our, lockout again. Champions, the Primalists are tagging the new world tree. We must unite to save it. Spin Rathian. Ugh, but I just got my nails done. Exactly. I just got my talons polished. Pretty much. Ding dong. All right. Yeah, all this and we still only have 6 restored artifacts. Crazy. My dragons being sassy is my favorite thing. Same. I do love them for that. They're so full of it. There we are. Well, this is random, but my sister turned 21 last week, so we went to the bar and found with some friends. My sister and I's first time in an actual bar, so a friend gave us each $20 to use for gambling. Neither of us knew what to do. Anyway, I won $7, so I left with 27. Sister won bigger and left with 100. Hey, nice! Yeah! You mentioned your sister turned 21, so I'm glad that went well. So, happy birthday again, and glad to hear it went well. Good. Very good. Always fun when a party goes down good. Because, you know, you hear stories. I also experienced being drunk. I hate it. It's not fun. I can confirm. I also don't like it. I don't enjoy it one bit. Like, it's funny to talk about. It's funny as a trope, but I just don't like it myself. Alright. Finish that. Let's hop over and rack up our Sunwell lockouts. Lies and slander. Pies and salamanders. Alright. Back to El Paladino. Add a Kahlua with cream and a shot of Midori. Like an hour later, told everyone to let me sleep. After the bar, we went back to fam friend's house nearby. Fair. Being drunk is fun for me. It's the hangovers these days. Yeah. Understandable. Let's see. There we go. Slept an hour there, then I came home and I slept 16. Good grief. Yeah, alcohol will do that to you. It's kind of intense. Bit much for me as well. Especially since I'm such a lightweight. I just end up passing out. It's like, alright. Don't really enjoy that. Here we go. Getting all our blood eels, do-dee-do-dee-do. Well, apparently I logged into a Minecraft server I'm in with someone online and some streamers. I apparently tried to fight an iron golem with no armor and no weapons, just because it was stuck in someone's pond. That's amazing. Nice. inventory there. Alright. Was given a spectral arrow and called that bleep stick. But anyway. That's funny. There we are. Alright. Oh, hello. He ran all the way back there for that. Really wish there was like a better way to get these recipes, but there's not. You literally just have to do this. It's crazy to me. Yuck. No, I've said this before, and I always think it's a funny topic to talk about. If WoW went under, how would y'all feel if I became a Minecraft and Pokemon streamer? That's probably what I'd do. That's what I play. Logged in the next day and immediately was bombarded with, "How's your drunk bestie?" That's funny. You'd love it. I'm glad someone would. Watching play ZA was fun. It was fun. I did enjoy that. We had a blast. Nil, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Glad to have you here. It's just unfortunately not what my channel was built on, so I'd have to get like an entirely new fan base, because for some reason a lot of people who play WoW don't play other games, and I'm honestly baffled by that. And with me, I've been enjoying watching people's Pal World streams. I'd still watch and then throw my Donphan at you. Perfect. I love me a good Donphan, although Fanpy is pretty cute. I have a hard time evolving him just because he's so tiny. It's so cute. Play Sims, some BG3. Used to play 14 while I was on hiatus. You know, Silver is my co-host when she's... I still call her my co-host. She's not my co-host anymore, but still. She's a big 14 fan as well. She keeps trying to get me to play it. I've played it off and on over the years. And we will get back to it eventually, but she never has time. She's got all these plans like, oh, we're gonna play 14 and it's gonna be great. I'm like, well, it's awesome, but like, you never have time, hun bun. You work full time, and when you do get home, you go pretty much right to bed. So like, I don't know what to tell you. Dang, we got anime logic over here, being able to throw one. True. Just list my 410 elephant Pokemon, as you do. As one does. Of course. Yeah. 14 wasn't bad, I just couldn't get into the way... Couldn't get into it in the way I can WoW. Yeah, that's fair. I tend to not be super into JRPGs myself, and I'm not really into anime either. So even though I am a Final Fantasy fan, I have struggled to get into 14 as well. Because like, and people are like, well, you play, you know, like another RPG, you play WoW. I'm like, yes, but I don't play it for the story anymore. Like 14 for me, the only reason I would play it, I'd play through it and get into the story. Which Silver thinks I will like when we get to like Shadowbringers and Endwalker and stuff. And I probably will, I don't know. But I could never collect it. WoW, hands down, has... Did I reset it? I did, good. A better collection system, you know, ignoring the bugs and all of our complaints. In terms of collecting things, I feel like it's a lot better than 14. 14 is not alt-friendly. Their stuff is not account-wide. Mog Station and like the glamoring and all that drives me bonkers. So I could never be a collector in it, that's for sure. Don't want to play something that frustrates me, if that makes sense. So, but other than that, you know, if you go by in-game logic, Ash does stuff like that all the time. Fair. The little starball thing from Sun and Moon was like 10,000 pounds or something, because he's like dark matter and stars. It was really dense or something, and then the small children just hold him like he's a baby. I know. They don't follow their own lore, and that cracks me up, honestly. Best collecting in WoW except fishing. Agreed. Despite the disgusting drop rates, like how you obtain things isn't the greatest, but in terms of like the systems about the collections, like the appearance tab, all of our collection systems here, all of these, you know, that's good. The fact that a lot of it's warbound for the most part. Some things still aren't, but 14 doesn't have that, so I played the 14 story and I like it, but that's it all for me. It's the story game. Yeah, I think that's pretty much how I would treat it as well. That's how I intend to. Because it is coming to the Switch 2 in August. And I promised Silver if it ever came to the Switch 2, I'd play it with her. Well. I'm gonna have to make good on that promise. Well, lets me allow my herder tendencies go wild. One thing I did like about 14 was being able to recolor most clothing items. Yes, dyeing your clothing is awesome. Really wish we had that. I was a little more restricted on that, but it's not horrible and very easily worked with. Kit patterns. Hello, Mean Beans. Yep, I'm working on it. I'm trying. I need 10. 10 from Sunwell Plateau. I'm trying to get the blacksmithing one at the moment, because I only need one blacksmithing one. Do you have a second or a third account to collect things easier? I have 8 accounts. You can have up to 8 WoW accounts per BattleNet. And I do use them for collecting, yes. For the most part, I only play on my first, and just fire up the second ones, the alt accounts, when I'm doing like really big, heavy farms. But stuff like this, like most of what I'm down to anymore, unfortunately, is very character-specific stuff, like professions. So there's not really any account farming for that. You just kind of have to deal with it. But yes, I do have alt accounts. If WoW dies, I just go back to Sword Art the full time. Is it a perfect MMO game? No. But I have fun with the story and cutscenes and romances and stuff. Exactly. Like, isn't that what matters? Like, if you're having fun with it, that's what matters, right? Even if it's not perfect. Plus, it being non-canon Star Wars stuff, I don't get as brain hurt when it gets weird, because it's Star Wars. Legend Star Wars was always weird. Fair. Mood. WoW killed it on housing. Oh, it did. That's why I'm hoping that, you know, they continue to iterate on it and get some things that'll interest me. I just wish the housing was actually useful. I'd like to be able to craft stuff in my house and at least have a bank for personal storage. Because I like the housing a lot. It's just, I'm not really a person to decorate. I don't usually care about decoration too much. So like, because I have no reason to be there, I just have not interacted with my house at all. That's ignoring the issues with it in terms of bugginess and losing house XP and losing stuff I collected, and, you know, ignoring those. It's cool. They definitely did better than a lot of other MMOs, I feel like, for housing. It just hasn't pulled me in yet. Which pattern do I need? A lot. I need 10 different patterns. But for the blacksmithing one, I need the Sunblessed Gauntlets. Seth's story is pretty funny. It goes constantly keeping you alive despite yourself. The Inquisitor's such a sassy evil bastard. I love it. Me neither. The community is awesome, though. Well, that's good. That is definitely good. I'm not cute. I'm deadly. Shoots lightning at you. Might have that one. Hey, nice. Well, congrats. I don't. It's a stupidly low drop rate. That's stupid low drop rate. That makes sense. Well, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I tend to not play my alt accounts too much. Unless I have something really big. Or if I'm working on like a video, like a leveling guide, that's when I have to whip out the alt accounts too. Which is primarily why they exist in the first place. Because anytime I make leveling guides, I have to make new characters. So that I can. Y'all can do a room with endless skeletons and touches the thing. Ghost, what are you doing? I hope them putting pets in later means they're going to put NPCs for banking and such. I agreed. I hope so. Or at least, even if not in my house, at least make it like an area outside of it or something. But even then, I would prefer it in the house because I want to make a really cool blacksmith area. So we have all the stuff for it. A really, really cool expert forge. And so that I could be back there crafting things, you know? But it's just decoration. It's useless. You can only look at it if you make the forge. So like, what's the point? I'm never gonna use it. It's just gonna sit there and I'm gonna forget about it. So, because I'm not a decorator, that's just for me. I don't have the urge to decorate. Even when I play like Animal Crossing and stuff, I don't really decorate much. I just collect things. It's kind of funny. I haven't started housing yet. Don't hate it, but I just don't have the time. Yeah, it's definitely time consuming. I can agree with that. You definitely need to have time on your hands to do anything with it. One thing I will say WoW did good on housing is that there's not a limited number of plots, and all plots cost the same amount with having to pay a monthly upkeep fee. Side Eye's 14 housing. True that. Kraken, no joke. The Sith Inquisitor story in SWTOR has multiple moments when you can just say something evil and British and just shoot lightning at them. That's amazing. Love this Sith Inquisitor storyline. Do love me some good Star Wars. And him being your great times 8 more greats grandpa is really funny too. My legacy is an idiot. Man, I love shit like that. That's amazing. I thought some of the anvils had functionality. Nope. Not that I've found. I mean, the mailbox interactive now. Yep, you can use the mailbox, at least, so you can get mail at your house. I don't know why that wasn't baseline. And you can cook. That's the only thing you can use for crafting is cooking. That's it. It's crazy to me. Being able to clip, resize, and rotate items lets people create amazing art. That's why I watch. The housing streamers, yes. You can make really cool stuff with it, which is neat. I thought... Did it not reset? I thought I just reset it. I hit the reset button. It did. Okay, it just didn't tell me it did. That's weird. Well, it's fine. I was excited when this happened. I remember putting a mailbox down just for a decorative item. The next patch I noticed I couldn't interact with it. I could interact with it. A lot of the stoves now are interactable and you can cook. I believe a few of the forges are interactable now. I need to go back and check on that one again. Are they? Can you actually use forges? Because Blizzard kept saying repeatedly they are not going to let people craft in their houses. If the forges are actually usable. Because last I checked that was a no. And I was mad about it because I really wanted to craft in my house. Not like in the house. I was going to put the forge in like the backyard, but you know. No artistic bone. But I enjoy seeing others work. That's fair. Your old dead grandpa's Sith ghost just showing up to call you stupid and tell you what to do is fun. Plus you get a really great Sith helm that holds up looks-wise. It's a metallic skull mask. Covers your whole face, but it's still called mask. That's awesome. Maybe I'll have to give SWTOR a try again. I played it when it came out originally. You know, the Star Wars, the Old Republic, the online version. I have the disc for it too, still. That's how old it is. I haven't played it in forever. And they'll slowly give us more interactive things. That'd be nice. Could have sworn I was able to. Like I said, I have to go back and check. Yeah. Grinds just said they thought some of them were interactable too, so maybe they are now. I don't know. I haven't tried it in a couple patches because I was so irritated with it. I haven't had time anyways, but you know. Pretty sure there has been backlash about not being able to do things in the home because really there is no incentive to go there except to decorate, and not everyone wants to do that. Agreed. And like, I'm not asking for it to be a garrison. It doesn't have to be. I just want to be able to use my house. Like, it's not just a thing to look at. I think you do most types of crafting inside the house unless it requires special crafting tables. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Most of them require crafting tables. You can't do any midnight stuff. Like, for like alchemy, you can't do your alchemy stuff. For Dragonflight, or War Within, or Midnight. And a lot of the Legion stuff required the table until you got the rank 2. So, as an example. Blacksmithing requires it. Engineering requires it. Like, you do have to have a lot of tables. And you just can't do that in your house. If I remember right, you can do the full main story for all the classes for free. It's expansions after that when you need to sub or spend money. They've lightened it up a lot over the years. Nice, well that's cool. That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Kraken, Steely! Welcome, glad to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. Been a while since I've been seen on stream. Well, welcome back. It has been a while since you've been here. How you doing? Hope everything's going okay. I looked into it a few months ago when I first got burnt out in Midnight. Fair. Well, that's good. And oh yeah, I am still very burnt out in Midnight. I'm not into it. That's why I'm working on Legacy stuff. It's fine. It means it gives me time to focus on Legacy because I'm not enthralled with the current game, so it means it's a good time to do it. Good time to do it. Got lots of Legacy stuff to do. I just really wish these recipes would drop. The guy ran all the way to the other side again instead of going over here. What are you doing, my guy? There you are. Silly. Alrighty, room. Back out we go. Enemy presence detected. You don't say. You don't say. How can I help? You just made my brain focus on wanting to do another farm. You're welcome. Good luck. I hope you get whatever you're gonna work on. I'm working on the BFA-Bs, inscription leveling, a daily farm, and a recipe farm. Yeah, that's WoW in a nutshell. It never ends. Never ends. Hey, I had a question. All my professionals are 80, and I'm hesitant on leveling to 90 because of ongoing collection of recipes. Okay. What is your question? Here we go. No, come on. Really don't like that dismounts me in here. Well, let me go. Get all these guys. There we are. Go. Trying to pull all these is kind of a pain in the butt because they really like their stuns and freezes. Oh, they all died, apparently. It's probably my belt. That's okay. There we go. there a problem with getting the max level that would deter from getting legacy recipes? I don't think so. There's not usually an issue with something like that, so not that I'm aware of. I don't need to kill these things, they don't actually drop anything. Finally level 100 on Legion Inscription. Congrats, Vampy. Congrats. Oh, stretchies. Oh. Alright, back in we go. I thought once you said that lower level tunes collecting log and other things is better than doing them with max level tunes. No, I am the opposite stance on that. I am absolutely the opposite on that one. Higher the better. So, not high. I like one-shotting things. I don't like struggling. If I can steamroll it, that's my idea of a good time. I did make 17k gold while just doing world quests and dailies and whatnot while leveling a pally. Hey, nice, congrats. Well, that's good. There we are. Eh. Thus the rooting begins. Let me go! Let me go! Come here, you. Or I can not pull that one. That's fine, I guess. There we are. There are very few mobs where it's an issue, but soft foam sword toy solves most of them. Yep, and if it's inside of a dungeon or raid, since you can't use the soft foam sword inside a raid or dungeon, which is irritating. You can use the, what's it called? I have it saved. But that is like, if you're trying to do achievements. Some achievements, especially like Wrath ones, are really weird that way. But that's about it. It's pretty niche. You don't really need it that much, luckily. Yeah, my old 70-80 farming it all out, but I thought there was something else to consider. Are you talking about how I usually have first, second, and third max? I mean, I have 400 plus characters, so that's a major reason why I don't level all of my characters to max. But secondarily, I do first, second, and third max generally because of Blizzard events, but it has nothing to do with recipes. Like the last anniversary and like a pre-patch, sometimes it's easier to do leveling alts for getting event armor. Like the anniversary was that way, but that's very, very niche, and doesn't have anything to do with recipes. For WoD, if you don't have the sword toy to do the barn stuff before reaching max, learned the hard way, yeah. Yep, a boss in Alkandun needs it, jerk. Yes, the ghosty looking, the guy that you gotta, I know who you're talking about. It's the Draenei dude. And you gotta use it on him to get, because he has to like, I don't know, get himself to half health or something before he spawns the second version of himself or whatever. It's kind of weird. I know what you're talking about. I'm not explaining it properly. But yes, I did that one actually somewhat recently because I needed something off of the dude that he summoned specifically. Because it does actually have different loot. It's like, really? Really? Alright, let me do this clear, and then we're gonna pop out and do a short break because I want to go make a coffee. I need one. There we go. So what was the parameters you had to meet the breadcrumb quests? Oh, are you talking about breadcrumb quests? Yeah, that's different than recipes. but I can explain that when I get back, because that's a long explanation. Let me get out of here. There we go. All right. Yep, commercials, exactly. That's exactly why we're going to take a break. Alright, short break, everyone. I'm going to go make a coffee. You all, go get a coffee, too. Or something, if you want. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Got my coffee. We're good to go. Nope, and I'm apparently at lockout. Wow, that was, like, perfect. Okay. Now let me... clean out my bags and we'll get back to archaeology. For another half hour or so. Alright. Let's see where we're at here. It all starts with your second Battle.net account. 30-minute explanation exact. Pretty much. Honestly, yeah. I entered a dungeon for blacksmithing recipe and got it on the first run. Hey, nice! Well, congrats! That's nice. That was a good feeling. I got a molten core recipe from an engineer that is being hella stubborn. Well, congrats! Congrats! Yeah, if you're asking about parameters you had to meet with the breadcrumb quests, it depends on what breadcrumb quest you're talking about, because all of them, every single one, has completely different parameters. But the ones you might be talking about, if you're asking about the ones I was doing, it was a multitude of ones. One of them was a set of breadcrumbs from doing Legion questing zones, where you have to do part of your order hall, you had to be a specific class, a specific level, and had to get, do all of the zones in a specific order, and not turn in certain things. That was one of them. Another one was you had to be a mage in Legion, finish your entire order hall, and pick up the Balance of Power quest from a different NPC. So, like, that was insane. And not have done the Azuna quest line for it to show up, so that was crazy. And then there's the BFA ones that I needed, which were, you had to be a certain level. You couldn't be above 60, but you had to be 50. It's between 50 and 60. You had to have all of the zones done, which I did. Your footholds unlocked, which I did. And then you had to hit certain rep lockouts at a certain level range to be able to get each breadcrumb, because they were auto push quests that only trigger if you're a certain rep level. Like, believe me, that's breadcrumbs. Were these for achieves? Nope. Just for collection purposes. They do not affect achievements. Simply for the fact that I didn't have them. I had never done them. So, yeah. So when you say parameters are breadcrumbs, depends. Breadcrumbs are the bane of a collector's existence in this game. They're disgusting. I hate them. And I'm so glad I'm done with them. I'm completely done with breadcrumbs. At least, you know, vanilla through Shadowlands. They're awful. What were we collecting on the mage? Breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. 'Twas breadcrumbs from Legion and BFA. All those breadcrumbs I just explained to you. That's what the mage was for. Here we are. Excuse me, ma'am. Well, alright, there we go. Beautiful. Oh, just the breadcrumb itself. Okay. Yep, exactly. Just the breadcrumb itself. You get nothing for it. No achievement. It's just the matter of quest completion. Because quests themselves are collectible in a way. And that's what I have ATT for. To tell me, you know, like what quests I have and haven't done. So, yeah. Just for the breadcrumb. That was it. Quest completion, got it. Yep, correct. It's the only reason I would ever do those. That's it. Let's see, go around here. But luckily, I'm done with all that. So, what do you mean I can't use that here? That's weird. I'm in a dig site, thank you very much. Excellent. ATT, yes, I run into them occasionally, but I haven't come across a breadcrumb problem yet. Well, good luck. Because they're very far and few between, but they're there. Start getting down into the nitty-gritty, and it's like, alright. The fact that a handful of the Legion and BFA ones have specific rep and level requirements, like if you out-rep and out-level it, they don't show up, so it's like, okay. Well, that doesn't help. So you literally can't use your existing characters for some of it. It's crazy to me. Alright, on to the next area. I got moved for some reason. There we go. Alright. Doing the Heart of Azeroth quest solves some new problems. Well, that's good. That's definitely good. There we are. For whatever reason. Go figure. Go figure. MJ thought I broke a lar. Uh-oh. That's not good. You little buggy. Through my judgment, they just poofed. Oh no! And then boom, they're in my face. He was like, hello, you summoned me. Yeah, so for me, my problem with the breadcrumbs is like, I had too much rep, and I had too many levels. I was beyond a level range for them to show up, which was crazy to me. So I had to go through on it with a fresh character. Because obviously all those characters already had their Heart of Azeroth, they did all the quests, they did all the rep, they were maxed, you know, max level, etc, etc. And those breadcrumbs apparently wouldn't show up if you had all that done. So it's like, okay. Alright. Great. But Blizzard does funny things in like that in game for some reason. Luckily that's pretty rare, but yuck. I just have to hope and pray now that they don't reset my stuff again. Because if they reset more of my stuff, like a decent chunk, again, and I have to re-get a lot of stuff again from vanilla through Shadowlands after being done with it, I don't know that I'll have the willpower to continue, if I'm completely honest. Because that was part of my gripe too, is some of this I already did have done, and I knew I had it done, but it was reset. So I don't know what kind of data memory sort of leak issue that they're having. I haven't had any with this patch. For the first time in many patches, to my knowledge, I've not had anything reset. I haven't found anything yet. The last thing I had reset was some of my recipes that I had gotten during Remix. One of them I haven't reobtained yet, but nothing since. I'm sus. Squinting. I'm waiting for it. Here we are. Doing Remix? Yep. After Remix was over, the recipes that I'd farmed on my profession alts, because while Remix was here for Legion Remix, you the mythic dungeons are daily instead of weekly lockouts. So I took advantage of that on my profession mains and farmed the crap out of the Legion Mythic dungeons to get all the recipes, which I did, and I even did it on stream. I was completely done. We celebrated. And then when Remix ended, some of those recipes were removed from my characters, and I had to go get them again. One of them I still haven't covered yet, from Vault of the Wardens, and it just irritates the crap out of me. Because its dungeon is such a slog. And it's weekly. I only get one chance a week, so it's like, yay, okay. You lost items, and if reset you'd done it, why do it again? Especially for an item or two. Exactly! Exactly. That's my point. Like, I'm tired of redoing stuff. I don't want to do it again. Did your guild bank get robbed when that happens to everyone a few years ago? Shockingly, no. I somehow avoided the guild bank fiasco, but I did lose stuff in my warband bank. I did lose some of that. A lot of profession and PvP items got lost in the warband bank. But I didn't have much in my guild bank anyways. It's mostly gold and just some random like utility items. Like I don't keep stuff in it necessarily, aside from stuff to sell. It's just kind of like I call it my dump. That's where I dump all of my garbage to put on the auction house. So that might be why. A JC. I did lose a jewel crafter. Yeah, that was one of them. But for me, it's been all the professions. My jewel crafter had it the worst though, because one of my jewel crafters got it completely reset. No, it was my alchemist that had it the worst. But I have had a jewel crafter get completely reset, and I have had my alchemist, my third alchemist, because you can have, well, as many as you want, but the original alchemy specializations, there's 3 of them. My third one, which was luckily my elixir one, which I don't use that much, but it had recipes that I can't get back now. Reset. And they told me to just go do it again when I reported it. We even discovered it on stream, so I had the proof. Still salty. There's a lot of that. But my point is, that seems to have stopped, and if any of that happens again, I don't think I have the soul to keep going, if they're gonna keep resetting my stuff. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of work. You know what I mean? A lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of research to put in to get this stuff. It's not great. That doesn't sound customer SVC friendly. It's not, trust me. I have had not great CS stories over the past several years now. Since mid-Dragonflight. There we go. We'll take solace in the fact that you did get it done? Yes, but that kind of defeats the purpose of me, like, doing this. If I have a collection, right, and then I lose all of it all of a sudden, what was the point of doing it? Like, it's not just to have it, I do use it. I use these mounts and pets and Mog and reps and recipes, and I'm a collector, not a redoer. Like, you know what I mean? I collect it because it's fun to get it and have it, not just because it's fun to get it and throw it away. I'm just not that type of person. And then I can't like whip it out and be like, check it out, look at all this done stuff. When I'm doing that and I can't prove that I even did it because it's all gone. Like, that's slimy to me, you know? Not that type of person, unfortunately. Here we are. Which, you know, in that context, because you'd say, well, it's a live service game, of course you're going to lose stuff. Well, yes, but I mean in the context of stuff that you're not supposed to be losing. Like, if WoW goes down, I'm not going to be super mad about it. I'll be very sad. But then, if it's gone forever, I'll have had fun while it lasted, right? That's totally different than the game continuing to exist, continuing to function, and your actual 20 years worth of collection is slowly leaking away and disappearing, and they're gaslighting you saying you never had it. That's different. That's what's been happening. So, and I have a good few friends that have quit because of that exact reason. Silver even has kind of lost interest a bit for that exact reason, because she also was having this issue. So it's, you know, and customer service basically told her to take a flying leap when she reported it. So it's not a good look. I think in regards to recipes, old content stuff you're likely to not use, mounts, mug, toys, it's different. Yeah, see, I don't agree. I just don't agree. I'm not happy if... Why would you want something and then be okay with losing it? Like, it's not that type of collection. It's not like hardcore, right? Where you go in with the mindset of, I could die and lose every thing on this character. That's different than going in with, I'm going to collect everything and then move on to the next thing and like to 100% it. My goal is 100%. I'm not here just to, like, not... I don't know how else to put that. So losing items is the equivalent to Timmy Turner's dad's Dingleberg. Exactly. Blizzard. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was that prevalent. It is. It's slowed down and seems to have stopped, but the damage has been done, and friends that I've had haven't been on in weeks now because of it. Months even, for some of them. It's just kind of one of those quietly happening things in the background. And like, it feels like anytime I talk about it, everyone's like, that's not happening, you're just crazy. Not to you guys, but just, you know, in general. Like, really? Oh, well, yeah, I know, I understand. I'm glad you do, because, yeah, it's, I don't know. But luckily, it didn't happen with this last patch. Because it started with 10.0, with Dragonflight launch. That's when it first started happening. And it didn't happen that much over through Dragonflight. It was just like some big ones, like my Horde main, which ironically is this character right here. When Dragonflight launched, and no, he wasn't turned into a Dracthyr during Dragonflight, so it wasn't because of a race change. I didn't make him a Dracthyr actually till midnight. Anyway. His entirety of BFA was reset, with the exception of his cloak and his neck. All of it. I mean, like the quests, the unlocks, everything. My professions. It was crazy. And the funny thing was, like, when I reported it, I was like, hey, all of my stuff reset. Can you help me? They're like, well, we can't prove that you did it with that character. And I'm like, but I literally have a fully upgraded neck and cloak. And for those of you that have been around long enough, you might remember, I was also farming the Heroic Visions for that stupid bow that wouldn't drop. That's this character. It's the same one. I literally was able to prove that I was there. And when I showed footage, they're like, no, we can't prove that that was you. And that's when it began. And I'm like, oh no. Okay. This is not good. So... Also, AI having more and more involvement scares the hell out of me for gross mistakes. Yeah, that's fair. For research, I just go to his Octopus Cappuccino's YouTube channel. Exactly. Is there like an all the things DB export? How can I see if something's been reset or lost? I don't know if there's an export or not. I've never tried. I only know by my spreadsheets, partly, and from experience. Because, like, you know, I'll go through ATT and, like, I'll complete an entire section, right? And then I know that it's done. And then a patch later, I log in, and suddenly that section's back. Well, that's weird. They must have added stuff. No, wait a second. This is stuff I already had. Like, I was done with this. And then I go log into the character, and they straight up don't have it. Like, it's gone. Like... For a while during Dragonflight, I thought it was me. I thought I was misremembering, because I do have a little bit of memory issues thanks to heat stroke I had as a kid. Messed with my memory.
Sacrifiction sub to your channel for 1 month.
Sacrifiction, thank you so much for the sub. Super appreciate your support. Thanks to folks like you, I can keep streaming. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. But yeah, I thought it was me. Like, I thought, well, that's weird. Maybe I just didn't get it, and I thought it was something else, right? So I was kind of being gaslit until I really started like tracking things, and I'm like, okay, no, hold on. With spreadsheets and like my to-do list here is another good one. ATT is a good one to track stuff, and it tries to be as accurate as possible. So yeah, That's when I started noticing. I'm like, hold on, I'm straight up actually losing stuff. Whoa. But as far as like a export, I don't know. There might be. I've never looked. So I don't know. Wizard, in my opinion, has become as cold as his namesake. Yeah, I can agree with that. BFA resettings have so painful, especially how long it took to get to boons for heirlooms, etc. Oh yeah, like, luckily, I didn't lose, like, my collections necessarily, except for my professions. Like, what I lost from BFA, when I say, like, everything, was all of the unlocks, the professions themselves, the quest lines for it. Like, I had to redo because he's a leather worker, I had to redo that quest line for the drums. For the special, I don't know what you call it, like, artifact thing, I guess. For the profession item from BFA. Like, all of that. Which is funny because it was still sitting in my bank. Like, that was the crazy thing. I still had the items to prove I did it. I know, it's nuts. But luckily, like, heirlooms I didn't lose, fortunately. I don't think I've ever actually lost heirlooms. Of all the things that I've never lost, I think heirlooms are one of them. But anyway, that's how I knew, you know, things were happening. Is because of me tracking it. And I've often wondered how many people don't realize this has happened to them. Because if you're not tracking it, how are you going to know? Unless you're actively interacting with that content, right? So, ignorance is bliss, I guess. But it has stopped. That's why I'm sus. Because, okay, did they fix it? They didn't return anything that I lost. But if I at least stop losing things, please. I lost the the Conquest pet that they gave out for the PvP in 07 Olympics, and they had said they can't prove that I had it, even just because I have the tabard achievement. What? Because I was stupid and deleted everything in my warrior because I got pissy at the game, so rip my pet. Oh no, aw. Oh, that's mean though. I'm sorry. That's frustrating. Yeah, I feel like that's been their cop-out. We can't prove that you ever did this. I'm like, what do you mean you can't prove that I did this? You guys are the ones with the game files. You know what I've done and what I haven't done. Shouldn't have to rely on add-ons for that. Like, really. Remember that tabard. Yeah, that's an oldie moldy. Yeah, I don't know. Crazy to me. So hopefully we don't have any more of that. I haven't had it in a while. So please, 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 Blizzard. Yeah, the tabard achievement didn't prove I got the pet because it was separate. Ugh, that's irritating. Thanks, Blizzard. Wow. Really don't like that these scale. Where's my pet? Here we go. There we go. Good gravy. Okay, what's our timer look like? 5 minutes? Alright. Getting close. Not me over here making 900 inks. Fair. Mood. Yeah. Takes a little while. Are you doing Legion or BFA ones? As I think both, maybe not Legion, but I know BFA at least had a crafting enchanting glove to make your crafting faster. Or the enchant for the glove, I mean. I don't know if I don't think the newer ones do. But I know at least BFA did. Yeah, if it's BFA, then look up if you're not using it already. The crafting enchant. You can enchant your gloves and you'll make it faster. 'Tis handy. There we go. Okay. Oh yes, I have it. It still takes a while because I do a bunch of Crimson too. Fair. Fair. Oh yeah, it's a lot of BFA crafting. I just did a whole bunch of that over the weekend. Because you know how I was complaining about how I had all of this profession stuff to do and it was all like Shadowlands and BFA crafting because of the raid currencies and all that garbage. And Expulsum being the biggie. I did that over the weekend when I wasn't working. It was really boring, so I decided to do it off stream. I did it like in between working. I would like get everything, all the stuff I needed, and then like just queue it up and craft while I'm working. So you didn't miss much, but yeah, mood. Kind of the worst for that, honestly. Being pulled so many different directions at once. Well, hey, as long as you're enjoying it, right? When I got the gathering gloves from the Rand Pandara, they said it made digging a tad faster. But the achievements for MOP seem to be, lengthy for archaeology. Oh, they are! Oh, you want to dig into archaeology achievements? My, sweet summer child. Good luck. You're gonna need to pour yourself a big ol' mug of patience, put on a movie, make sure you have lots of free time, because you're gonna be there a while. It took me years to finish the archaeology achievements. And that's just from up. So good luck. The Legion ones alone will take you 6 months to complete. Not to scare you. Laughing and crying at the same time. I know, right? It's like, ah, oh no. Shadowlands is next for Inscription. I think I'm almost caught up with the leveling of all the professions. Hey, nice. Well, that's good. That's a good feeling. I know I've quietly told myself, like, at some point, if I ever get caught up to current and, like, I'm actually done with Legacy. Shocking, I know. It'll be a little while. But it's not impossible. Nice. 89. Then I would look into, like, current professions and actually, like, try to make gold with it. Because that seems interesting. But I don't have the soul for it right now when I'm trying to collect other stuff, so... Yeah, ding and ding. That's why I'm doing it on this random character. I have a handful of characters that I was making the leveling guide with, so they're like in their mid-80s. So I'm like, well, I might as well get them to 90, that way I at least have like a couple more 90s, because I only have one. I'm so uninterested with the midnight stuff, I only have 190. So, why not? It's by no means a fast way to level. Don't mistake that. Mission work harder are pretty good passive gold. So I've heard. I've heard there's a lot of goody yumminess about all that. I just don't have the patience to set all that up at the moment. So that's a future me thing. Because that's my goal right now, like in terms of a long-term roadmap. As you know, right now, I'm finishing everything from vanilla to Shadowlands. We're almost there. We've only got 62 items left. I mean, that's pretty dang good. But, you know, it's going to take a while. Because 4 of those are archaeology, 10 of those are Sunwell recipes. You know, that's 14 right there. Some achievements. But, and then after that, I'm going to focus on Dragonflight. And I do actually have, I feel like I have, in fact I could check right now. Let me get this dig. Let me do this. Let me look at just Dragonflight. Let's see. Expansion filters. In fact, what's the new command to pull up just Dragonflight? Like a menu? Does anyone remember? Because they changed the command for that. And I don't remember what it was. To show just Dragonflight list. Or any expansion, really. Because I could give you a percentage. But I feel like I've done... Because I was playing Dragonflight currently. I played from start to finish. I kept up, for the most part, with everything. My DK is the only 90 I have. I just need to complete the storyline of the Void Zone. Fair. Got an alt army and you can't farm me. Who do you voodoo, Lich? Exactly. Yes. Hello, Runalite. How you doing? Welcome. Glad to have you here. Okay, since I already got 2-drop recipes from Outland, I guess I can allow myself to farm herbs for a bit. Hey, there you go. Yeah, break it up a little so you don't lose your marbles. Ding ding. Okay, let's see. Alright, so no one remembers. I'll just do it this way. Let me turn on Dragonflight. And I'll turn off all these old ones. We'll do it that way. And then we'll do a reload so it's fresh. Nope, not load. Reload. And then I can tell you how much of Dragonflight I need. Alright. Dragonflight. Not bad! I'm 89%. That's for Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. That's not bad at all, actually. Pretty tasty. Some crafted stuff. We got, oof, Profession's pretty beefy. The biggest part of that is Profession and expansion features. What's this? Achievements? Season 2 stuff? Oh. What's all this? I don't even know. We'll find out when we get there. But that's not bad. So, like, when we finish what we're working on now, it's gonna be a few weeks, mind you. But with, Vanilla through Shadowlands, we'll move to Dragonflight, and this is kind of, I've already got a good head start for just Dragonflight. So that's pretty great. So yeah. And ideally, continuing the long-term expansion thing here, when I'm done with Dragonflight, by that point, ideally, War Within will be Legacy, because I want to complete all of this and these here now from Vanilla through Shadowlands before Last Titan comes out. That's my goal for this expansion, is to finish this. We've got a pretty good chance, assuming the let that refresh there. I'll redo another reload so it's correct again. We've got a pretty good chance, because I only have 60 some items left, but I mean, it's a lot of really gross stuff, so and then, you know, we could get started on Dragonflight. But that's my plan. Hope I explained that correctly. That was catalyst items from blood tokens, I think. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we'll dig into all that when we get to that point. I'm sure I'll be well versed in Dragonflight stuff that I'm missing by the time we get there. But for now, at least. Not my monkey, not my circus, yet. Yep, there we go. Back to where we're at here. Archaeology. Let's see. Okay, excellent. So let's finish this dig. And it looks like our timer is good to go now. That is visually stuck. Okay, that's fine. For Sunwell, we can go slide back in there again. Awesome, that's future Kraken's problem. Exactly, yeah. You are correct. That is future me problem. But we've got good progress, so I'm pretty pleased. There we are. 99.9% overall under DF is really cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm 89% for Dragonfight, it looked like. I do have PvP off, so that might go down a little bit, maybe. But I do recall finishing a lot of PvP stuff. Like, I did all the a lot of the bloody token things. I did the zone achievements. I think I did them all. But, you know, that's just open world stuff. Is there a site that tracks people's completion? There is, called, let's see if I link it here. It's called Data for Azeroth. I have a link here for you for mine, but I don't use it a lot myself. Yeah, there it is. Just because I've noticed it doesn't like that I have multiple accounts, and I think it gets confused. Because some of my characters just don't exist on the DFA site, I've noticed. Some of my PvP stuff is wrong. So I don't know. It is a really good website, but if you're like insane like me, it doesn't seem to be 100% accurate. But there is that one. PvP equals Satan. You're not wrong. That is kind of my complaint with PvP. I wish ATT had it separated into 3 different categories. Open world, non-rated, and rated. The reason being, I always do all the open world stuff. I like the open world PvP, so I always 100% that. The non-rated, I will do eventually. So like, stuff you can get in non-rated BGs, like achievements and things for housing and whatever, the reps that are related to that. I will do those eventually. I do have some of them already done from over the years of just poking at it. But I'm never going to get back into rated. Ever, actually. So like that, and since it's all lumped together, it's unfortunately eating up a lot of my space. And it's seasonal. So, you know, that's there. So for now, I just have the PvP tag turned off, so it's not clouding up my list. So I'm hoping maybe someday they do that, because that would be great. Also have a look, thanks. You're very welcome, Crocodile. Yeah, DFA is a great site. Like, for the I feel like my problems seem to be kind of niche because I have an insane account. So, like, it's old, it's crazy. I have way too many accounts attached to it. But for most folks, I think that's probably just fine. There we are. Alright, let's get back to our Sunwell. Well, we got one thing so far, at least, today, which was the mining one, but I knew that would drop because it had a really high chance, apparently. Alright, back on the main here. Come on, log me in. Let's go. Hello. Alright, in we go. But yeah, so ideally I finish vanilla through Shadowlands, like 100% all that, this expansion. And if I manage to do it before the end of midnight, I'd love to slide right into Dragonflight. I don't need to kill him, I need to drag stuff. I need to switch here. Come on. There we go. And then I'll slide into Dragonflight, hopefully get all that done. Like, my stretch goal, I would love to have both Dragonflight and all of my previous expansions done before last time. But I know that's a bit of a stretch goal. And just me being a little too optimistic, I think. But yeah, because when Last Titan comes out, as crazy as it sounds, War Within should be Legacy. And if they purposely keep it from being Legacy because it's part of the trilogy, I'm gonna be a little salty. Just saying. Phoenix Hatchling and Swiftwhite Hawkstrider today? Let's find out. Good luck! I hope you get it. Good luck. Good luck. Both of those are cute. Keep trying to play like a hunter. I'm not on the hunter. I'm on the paladin. Oh boy. Because it is tempting to just be like, I just want to go to Dragonflight. I'm tired of these old ones. But, I want to be done. You know, I'm going to feel really good if I can get all this done before moving to Dragonflight. You know what I mean? I'm so close. Like, I'm right there, but it's all stuff that's going to take me a day and an age to finish. So, what frustrates me is I've been playing since vanilla, and there are some things that are no longer obtainable. Those achievements just hanging there in the achievement log. Yes, agreed. I have some things like that too. And it kills me. That's why, if you don't have it, I suggest getting Crowies. Spell it for us. It's spelled funny. I don't have a link, but the Crowies achievement add-on, absolutely wonderful, and it has better filters, and you can filter out unachievable. You have Crowies? Okay. Well, maybe check through the filters and stuff and turn off no longer obtainables. And it should hide things even if you have progress on it, because it's no longer available type of thing. At least it does for me. That's what helps save my sanity, because I'm a very, like, out of sight, out of mind person. That's why I need to-do lists and stuff. So, it's a good add-on. Let me find that. It should be, let's see here. Yeah, up under the filter section. Yeah, check through that. Somewhere in there is that option. There's a lot of filter options, actually. So, but it's fantastic. Here we are. Meow. Oh. There we go. Nice. No dice. So I'm like, it kind of kills me. I mean, literally, like, bro, 62 things? 62. 62. And that number is technically a little inflated because archaeology, for example, is in 2 different places. Like, some of it's in 2 different spots because it covers, like, 2 different categories. So that number actually is a little higher than it should be. So I actually have less than that to get. Like Moros, the follower I need from the Return to Karazhan, that's in 2 places. And there's a quest and the follower tied to it, so that's 2. So it's showing up as 4. So that alone would knock off 4 from that number. So, like, you know what I mean? I'm very much that person that, like, I get, like, I don't know, enthused and inspired when I see the end in sight, because my grind, like, it becomes a more, like, realistic number, and I'm so close to being done. I'm just like, oh, go, 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 power, power, power. You know, I feel good about that, but it's all really difficult stuff to get, so it's just gonna take a while. I'm gonna have to suffer for a while. I've had a few of your streams I haven't listened to the whole 4 hours the last couple of weeks. Inspiring and informational. You're just fun. Tell Silver we miss her too. Oh, well, thank you, Steely. Appreciate it. I know I harp on the game sometimes, but it's not because I don't love it. So. And I will tell her. I know. I wish I could pay, like, afford to pay her to be my actual co-host, like a paid co-host, so that she's here with me and we were all, like, awesome and official all the time, but alas. She's got a different job now, and works full-time. Think fast, Herbor Edition, Legion or BFA? Legion. Good luck. Do we not all complain, though? We do. Like, I don't like complaining for the sake of complaining, I think is what I try to get at. Like, I do have, I feel like, fairly legitimate complaints because it's like technical issues. Besides the story, like everybody complains about the story. I'm not different in that for sure. I just don't like complaining, if that makes sense. I'd rather be positive about stuff, if I can. But they definitely make it hard sometimes. Kelthus was stingy again. No, I'm sorry. Rip. Bet. So much about WoW because we love it so. Exactly, Digital. Exactly. I'm very much the person, I tend to only criticize things I love because I just want to see it at its best. If I don't like something, like legitimately, strongly, like don't care about it enough to not, I just won't interact with it. I don't like it. So I won't do anything with it. That's kind of the funny thing. WoW is a part of me. It is a part of my life. I love it. I would like it to continue to be a part of my life, even when I'm mad at it. I like to call a WoW a toxic relationship. You love them and continue to hope that maybe they'll become a better person as they're beating your face in and laughing at you. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. There we go. Mood. Right. And yes, I have indeed been in such toxic relationships in the past. Mostly friendships, but, you know, that's a type of relationship. I am experienced in that matter. Because I have been told in the past, like, don't compare it to that. That's not fair to people who have been through actual toxic relationships. I'm like, well, hi, it's me. Hello. I'm there. I have been physically abused by people in the past, so I feel like it gives me a license, right? Both romantic and platonic experience here. There you go. Yeah, I don't have any romantic experience, but I'm not into that anyway, so I'm glad that I don't, because I was way too immature, way too easily walked over in my youth. I had to grow up and gain a spine to understand my boundaries, which really didn't happen until my mid-20s. I was way too easy to walk over and abuse. Too giving. Too willing to let things slide. Too forgiving. All that stuff. I had to grow up. And learn that some people want to hurt you just to hurt you. And that is an unfortunate reality. But regardless, without getting too deep, I guess, that's how I look at it for WoW. WoW is a toxic relationship. Exactly where I'm breaking out of. Yep. Well, I'm glad that you are, because boy, you look back and be like, man, the red flags are everywhere. How did I not see them? But when you're in the moment, you know, they say hindsight's 20/20. It's very true. Can confirm. I've got a lot of regrets in my life. It wasn't me. It was definitely you. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. There we are. I can't see my hind. Yeah. Not necessarily a bad thing, you know what? Oh, Kraken, hope you are doing well, and Monday's working out well for you. What are we farming in Sunwell? Hello, Binge Bear. It's going okay. We're farming recipes. I've got 10 different BOP recipes that I need from Sunwell. We technically got something today, but it was just a mining recipe that I knew was a high 100% drop anyways. Or at least really, really high. And I got that. So I got that at least. Wanted to start on a good note, but haven't got anything since. I'm working on Sunwell recipes and archaeology Mog. Some of the worst drops in the game, if I'm completely honest. Not great. Not great. But here we are, farming them. Like mad lads. Other than that, my day's been fine. It's technically going just fine. Ouch, I have faith. Well, thank you, Binge Bear. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And I only say we'll see because, like, I'm usually very much a, it's not a matter of if I get it, it's a matter of when person. You know, meaning that I will grind it until I get it. However, I do have my sanity to consider. And so if I don't get this, like, in the next couple of weeks, might do something else. So, cause I ain't got all day. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long I last. Got another warped egg from the chest. Midnight fishing. Hey, congrats, Digital. Nice. Congrats. All right, back in we go. Excellent. We're almost at the end of stream here. Should be another minute or two. We shall see. The crappy thing too is I technically got one of the leatherworking recipes I need to drop, but it's on my blacksmith. So I had to vendor it. Just like, why, Wizard? Why? Yeah, there's the ad break. I'll snooze that. So we'll go here until we hit lockout again, and then we'll call it the end of stream for the day. Molten core hell. Oh no, good luck. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Whoa. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, here, all of you. I mean, for recipe drops on other tunes. Oh, got you. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. A lot of classic era recipes are like that. It's just awful. Hey, look! A blacksmithing recipe, but it's the one I already had. I got excited for 0.2 seconds. Man. Ugh, that's so mean. I already have that. And I can't give it to my other blacksmith. It's BOP. I gotta blow my nose. 1 second. There we go. Nose is blown. Alright, back out. Back out we go. Good old-fashioned recipe grind. Back in. Okay. Oh, Sunwell. Painwell. That's what we should rename it to. The pain well. Slowing me down. Nope. And they just sound out of me. Gosh dang it. There. Wonder if I should have TSM on this character on while I do it, just because I have way too many things to sell in the auction house as it is, because Mog has just not been selling well lately, because of the drop in population. But I've been vendoring most of these, and sometimes if I get a blue that's a BOE, I should probably look at how much it sells for before I vendor it. Might do that. Let's pull up TSM here. So what's our timers? 8. Thank you. Let me turn on TSM. Should tell me prices on things. My sister was doing archaeology on her priest last month and nearly summoned an actual demon when the canopic jar dropped. Not on the alchemist, of course. Take a guess what dropped. Of course, since you're not on the since you're not on the alchemist, of course the recipe dropped. Oh, I know. I've had the same thing, and legitimately one of my alchemists, my evoker, who I literally was using to make the archaeology leveling guide years ago now, he got the recipe while I was leveling with archaeology to show how to do it. And I was like, well, this is my new alchemist. Legitimately, yeah. So, I feel you. Let's see, I have TSM on? Yeah. It's on. Are you not showing me prices and things? Probably have to import my character. That's right. Yeah, it's fine. I'll deal with that. I'll do a couple more runs here. I'm trying to remember that. Right? It was crazy, right? I was like, well, this is my alchemist now. So, yeah. I feel you. I finished Molten Core weeks and weeks ago and still running for one recipe on my engineer. Mood! Mood. I know, I've been done with Burning Crusade for ages. All I need is the recipes. And they're all trash farms even. So like, I guess it's fine because I can go in and out and get lots of chances. But if it's a trash farm, that means the drop rate's really low. You'd literally have a better chance getting it off of bosses. You know, if they've actually dropped off the bosses, which they don't. Ah. Come here, all y'alls. This is nice on my paladin. I have various things to let me get away from their stuns and stuff. Actually, a smart idea. Go with a non-profile, and once any unlearned recipe drops, learn the magic prof. Mood though, right? Like, I usually don't, but man, I was like, I am not. No. And for me, where the salt really was is I used to have that recipe back in Legion. You know the books that you can get from the profession trainers that if you unlearn the profession, you relearn all of your Legion recipes, right? Well, it used to say all recipes, not all Legion recipes, when it very first came out. And I was one of the many who fell victim to that, thinking, oh, neat, so I can try this other profession. So like an idiot, I deleted my alchemy, who had the dragon recipe, because I used to sell them for gold back in the day. And picked up a different one, decided I didn't like it, picked up alchemy, used the book, and didn't get all my recipes back. I told CS, I was like, hey, could you restore this please? And they were like, no, just redo it. Then went and fixed the tooltip on it after the fact. I was like, wow. That was my first ever negative experience with customer service. And that was in Legion. So that salt was already there, because on that same alchemist, I did what they said and was redoing it. I never got that recipe on that alchemist again. It would not drop. So when it did drop finally on that evoker, when I wasn't even trying for it, I was like, well, this is my new alchemist. So yeah. So yeah, that's the lore on that one. That salt was already there for me, so that just compounded it. Try speaking to a human these days. Yeah, definitely a mood. I know, I've definitely got a lot of heavy AI responses or something. They said they don't use AI. I'm like, well, if you don't, then you need to retrain your customer service guys, because they really do sound and act like AI. Got a recipe I already needed, already had, unfortunately. I think this is the last run, because I think we're at lockout. So I'll pop back out, pop back in, if it lets me. Cue cards. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm pretty sure they've got a lot of copy-pasted cue card-esque stuff, if they're not AI. So I'm sure some of them aren't, sure. But I don't know. Ever since they laid off all of their CS at the end of Dragonflight, it's not been the same. Because, like, for the most part, like, besides the Legion recipe issue, for the most part, I haven't had bad experiences with CS. You know, until late Dragonflight. Reset. Can we go back in? Yes. We can actually do one more. Excellent. Okay. Yep, there it is. 11 of 10. Because it's a little corn-fused. Oh, come here. Hello? Come here, you. Alright, around and around we go. And it dismounts me. Go figure. Go. Okay. Possibly last run. Let's see if we get anything. Nope. No recipe. Okie dokie. There we are. Back in the day, showing how much time I've played, GM would show up beside you. I'd also say I did visit GM Island BC when it was content. The game was a little bit magical back then. Oh, for sure. Back in the day. Mood. I know, I even remember when they would whisper you in-game. They'd have the pink text that would come up in its own special window. Blizzard GM, they would speak to you directly. I never had one in person, like in-game in person, but in terms of text that way, I've had that. I had that a lot with stuff. Where they would contact you that way, which was neat. Nope, yep, there it is. Okay. Alright, we are at the end of stream. I hit lockout, as promised, so there we are. So, here's my schedule if you'd like to see when I'm alive. I'll be back again tomorrow. There is apparently 5-hour maintenance in the morning, but it supposedly stops when I start stream, so hopefully we won't run into that for stream at least, but I'll be here either way. And we'll probably just do more of this. No, we won't, because tomorrow's Tuesday. Classic. Right. So tomorrow, we'll do a classic time-walking dungeon for the buff, and work on... Right, we gotta start Blood Sale Rep, so this is actually gonna be paused for a bit. Blood Sale Rep. Gonna work on that. So that's our plan for tomorrow. So you all have a fantastic evening. Love you all. Hugs and kisses, and have a good night. Bye-bye!